Spaghetti come from heaven, no so petty. Spaghetti. We ain't bout to cat that you keep selling. I done spent 250 just on bailing. 250. It's some pressure cookie that I keep in hella. Pressure, vibes on my life. Chanel, my tie. Dripping homicide. Pull up in the coupe and let the wings touch the sky. Shooters on the left wing looking at your spies. Please don't try to try. Yo, me high. Dwayne James Paddock. Philippe time flies. Fly him, I can trust him. You can't trust him cause he shy. I'm a choker sitting on my turtleneck of tie. I'ma put it bad in your addy. They call me daddy. Ain't no static. We clapping the automatic. Ain't no capping. We stacking the mathematics. Ain't no napping the package. We got the catch it. Let my dog hit it. Go on, pat that shaggy. I'll make you sleep on the floor and make a pallet. Put that drip on, I get fly on the carpet like a ladder. One call, count to 10, see them make 11. Broke here, pleasant. I'm swimming with the sharks. Don't go out when it's dark. Parallel park, let me guinea beat the odds. Hit the road jack like I'm Ray Charles. 10 conquer rod. I put 10 in the loft. I put 10 on your boss. Set of twins at the house. Straight up out the north from your chin to your mouth. Drip need a towel like a field water fountain. If she put it in a Buffalo bill in the house. Pink toe vibes in the condo. Pink toe, Richard Mill more than a hundo. Richard Mill. Shawty ain't gon' shoot but got a though. Shawty ain't gon' I'ma spin the loot to kick the front door. Spaghetti come from heaven, no so petty. Spaghetti. We ain't bout to cat that you keep selling. I done spent 250 just on bailing. 250. It's some pressure cookie that I keep in hell. Let's go. Rick Joseph, that's $1 million lawyer. Dolce and Gabbana drip, I put it on my daughter. 2,000 for a purse, she only 2, I let her sport her. Could've spent it on them, oh no. They on the I left like 3,700 on the dress, I told her keep it. Keep that. Be on my dick, blind pressure is the secret. Rest in peace to Michael Jackson, had to smash it, let me beat it. I'm a smooth criminal, I got away, you didn't see me. I'm the baby, but your baby daddy really wanna be me. Trying to bite the move, he always watch me on your TV. You bitches like a fool, no, I be diving in the swing. $1 million in the condo like I'm Nino. World is like the ocean, I'ma hit like the casino. I'm fish, to find the like Nemo. Extension, I'm itching, I can steak up your burrito. Knock the cape of Superman, who gon' try to be the hero? Don't be stupid, I got pink toe vibes in the condo. Pink toe, Richard Mill more than a hundo. Richard Mill, Shawty ain't gon' shoot but got a though. Shawty ain't gon' I'ma spin the loot to kick the front door. Spaghetti come from heaven, no so petty. Spaghetti, we ain't bout to cat that you keep selling. I done spent 250 just on bailing. 250, it's some pressure cookie that I keep in hell. Go right and Millie get service in my body. I've been shopping searching for a Birkin I can buy. Send me on a loader, do you really wanna ride? But Dogo do you dirty, he keep on his mind. I had to put a 30 extension in the 9. I had to call Elliot, I couldn't read the time. She want me to take the hard, put it in the spine. Yeah, ball head, spin and make it shine. Spin and make it shine. Yeah, take it. She ain't none of my kind. I brought my nigga with me just to keep him from the crime. If I can spin a dime, I might lead it prime. Peanut butter grind, I be feeling like I'm flying. We already gone and on this a piece of prime. BBS stone, you can see I'm gonna shine. Man, my jealous zone got me walking with a rhyme. I'm a fine. Pink toe vibes in the condo. Pink toe, Richard Mill more than a hundo. Richard Mill. Shawty ain't gon' shoot but got a though. Shawty ain't gon' I'ma spin the loot to kick the front door. Spaghetti come from heaven, no so petty. Spaghetti, we ain't bout to cat that you keep selling. I done spent 250 just on bailing. 250, it's some pressure cookie that I keep in hella.
First person shooter mode. We turning your sound to a funeral. To the just say they want office, you better be talking about working in cubicles. Yeah, them boys had a lot, but I knew the code. A lot of debating my numero. Not the 3, not the 2 on the UNO. Yeah. Numero UNO. Me and Drizzy did like the Super Bowl. Man, then it big as the biggest what? Biggest what? Biggest what? Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing that they did in the studio. Usually send they verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you really rooting for? Like a kid that had bad from January to November. It's just you and Cole. Biggest what? Biggest what? Biggest what? Big as the Super Bowl. Thirsty to put me in beat. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K Dot? Is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started a league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be Demon Deacon. in it like a prison escape. Everybody steppers with everybody breakfast. Picture blockbuster, the goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Cold's automatic when aiming with the boy in the status of stadium. Hey, I'm about to, yeah, I'm about to click out on it, I'm about to click, whoa, I'm about to click out on it, I'm about to click, whoa, I'm down to click out on you, make a crime scene, I click the trigger on a stick like a high beam, and I was Benny Will Whip when I was 19, she called my number, leave her hanging, she got dry clean, she got an Android, her messages is lime green, I searched one name and end up seeing 20 teens. Nadine, Christine, Justine, Kathleen, Charlene, Pauline, Claudine. Man, I pack them in this phone like some sardines. And they send me naked pictures, it's the small things. Still taking pictures on a Gulf Stream. My youngest richer than you rappers and they all stream. I really hate that you've been selling them some false dreams. Man, if your pub was up for sale, I'd buy the whole thing. Will they ever give me flowers? Well, of course not. They don't wanna have that talk cause it's a sore spot. They know the boy, the one they got a boycott. I told Jimmy Jam I use a Grammy as a doorstop. Girl, give me some because I need it. And if I with you then after I might what? Talking about when this gonna be repeated. What the bro, I'm one away from Michael. Beat it, beat it, what? 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 Beat it, beat it, what? Don't even pay me back on none of the favors, I don't need it.
You're both unmuted.
The Chandler Gilbert baseball team back on the diamond after dropping the first two games of the regular season against Arizona Western. Beautiful day in Chandler, Arizona. Temperatures in the 50s. The sun is shining, and of course, it's a new era for Chandler Gilbert. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joe Pequeno alongside Matt McCurdy. So glad you can join us for a new year of Chandler Gilbert baseball right here on the campus of Chandler Gilbert on the Chandler Gilbert Sports Network. And with Chandler Gilbert, some changes. John Watson no longer the head coach after a nice run with the team, and now Jimmy Turk takes over. And Matt, a new coach, taking the reins and trying to put his stamp on the team, and obviously wants to come in and get off to a fast start. Unfortunately, yesterday the squad picked up a couple early losses.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get a new coach, new dynamics, new culture, they're trying to build something. And look, we've talked to the coaching staff, and they feel optimistic about the year. They've got a lot of returners from last season, but it's a new dynamic, and we talk about that a lot. New team, and Coach Turk's got a lot to build. And I think yesterday was a good starter, seeing what he's working with, and now it's just build from there.
Coach Jimmy Turk spent the last 4 years as an assistant at Oral Roberts University, the team with tremendous success. In 2023, Turk helped the Golden Eagles to a College World Series appearance, their first since 1978. He also was an assistant right here in the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference at South Mountain. Spent some time in the Northwoods League as an assistant coach and was an associate scout for the Tampa Bay Rays. So we're talking about a coach that's got tremendous acumen. He's been a scout at the major league level, and of course he has scoured the landscape of the college atmosphere, and now he takes over a Chandler Gilbert team that has been on the cusp. A team coming off last year, a record of 36-23, 20-18 overall, and just a couple crushing losses in the postseason that denied them a chance to move on to the postseason. And the team now focuses on the new year, and that is what they can do under Coach Turk as they embark. And it starts with Arizona Western, and Arizona Western came out, a team, Matt, with plenty of experience, and they just showed how talented they were, coming out and laying some big-time lumber and a couple big number scored wins on Friday.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they played well, they played strong, and they've got, I think, 8 returning players this season, and they're no joke. They know how to recruit. They're recruiting from all over the world, and they've got a good program put together. So it really is kind of experience versus new culture, new recruitment, new team, and that's really what we're seeing.
Chandler Gilbert lost both games yesterday, 16-6 and 12-9, both games that they could have won. So now it's a new day, and baseball is a marathon. So nothing is going to be won in the first couple days of the season, and for Chandler Gilbert, they're trying to put aside the region finals loss to Gateway last year. Of course, they won the first game 13-3, then lost the next two 7-3, and then a wild score 15-14. Now it's a new team, as you see both Coach Turk and on the other side, Coach Breen, who is in his 11th season with Arizona Western. He's had great success. The team averages over 30 wins a year, and every year his team is in the region title hunt, and that's all you would want from a head coach, to have that opportunity that when you get to May, Matt, the opportunity to step on the diamond and have a chance to take care of your region and then advance from there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the ultimate goal, right, is to build, and eventually get to the big game and really make an impact that season and see all your hard work pay off. And I think Arizona Western is one of those teams. They've put in the work, they've put in the effort, they've got the players, and so that's a realistic opportunity for them. On the Coyote end, lots to find out. I think this is new for all of us as we're seeing a lot of returning players, but as we mentioned, new coaching staff, and who knows, a whole maybe new format to how they choose to play the game and how they coach the game.
Starting lineup for the Matadors. It's going to be the second baseman, number 9, Javier Diaz. Batting second, the shortstop, Nathan Houston. Batting third, the first baseman, Andres Ontiveros. Batting fourth, the center fielder, Luca Perger. Batting fifth, the third baseman, Bronson Neve. Batting sixth, the left fielder, Luis Angolo. Batting seventh, the catcher, Victor Lopez. Batting eighth, the DH, Gerardo Castro, and batting ninth, and that is the right fielder, Parker Huso. The starting pitcher for Chandler Gilbert. Of course, this is a brand new rotation. We're going to learn everything about this team and then some, and that's going to be Gavin Hash, who will get the start, number 7. Behind him, his defense. We'll take a moment for the national anthem. national anthem in the books. Now Gavin Hash will go to work, a transfer from Boston College. His battery mate is Trey Mandino, who had a great freshman season. Now will have the opportunity to run the show and be the general behind the plate for Chandler Gilbert. At first base, it's going to be Jeremy Kuiper. At second, Brian Kenny. And Brian Kenny is more than capable of having a big year all the way around. Big question with him, gotta stay healthy. Shortstop is Bo DeWet. At third base, sometimes you can take the bull by the horns. David Bull at third base. Your outfield, Gunnar Bryant in left, Aiden Krause in center, and Jake Willerup in right. So for Chandler Gilbert, they led in both games yesterday, Matt, and baseball and softball, it's a game of you gotta have a short memory because there's so many games, there's so many moments. And for Chandler Gilbert, yesterday was some opportunities in a bullpen that kind of failed them, but today's a new day, and of course, with new opportunities, new faces get those chances to seize the moment.
Absolutely, and I mean, look, you know, after a win, most teams are coming in, they're thinking this might be an easy game, and that's no doubt not the case. You know, this is a new day, new game, and the Coyotes have a chance to really come in here and hopefully pull a win. And like you said, there's tons of games this season, but I like the optimism from the Coyotes. You know, they know they're kind of the new team with a new coach and figuring it out, but they're excited for that challenge. So that's always a good positive mindset going into an opening of the season.
So we're getting a good look at Hash on the mound. Gavin Hash, the right-hander. He's got a curveball. Seems like a two-seam fastball that rides across the plate. And, of course, everyone's got a change-up in their arsenal. And Mandina with the throw down, and we're going to get this one underway. This morning, very cold. I was up at 5:30 driving my daughter to a club softball game. Game time temperatures in the 40s. Here, very comfortable. We even have some fans and shorts soaking up the sunshine. So Hash on the hill, getting ready to go to work and facing Javier Diaz as Diaz steps in and tries to jumpstart the Matadors. And that's a fastball that misses outside. You can also track Chandler Gilbert on Game Changer as well, which I'm about to dial up. Of course, we will have coverage of the Coyotes throughout the season, and of course, basketball in full force. Hash, 1-0 pitch. And that's a nice fastball that blisters the outside part of the plate, goes to 1-1. Matadors, of course, southern part of the state in the Yuma area, making the trek down, playing the D1 region. And when you think of Arizona Western, the year they had last year, 37-17, and that's something sizzling by Hash. And of course, they lost to Pima in the region last year, and Pima, you know, when I was talking to Coach Breen, just said they had him on the mound. Pima had the bigger arsenal, and ultimately you got pitching, and pitching really is the dynamic. Slow roller, and Hash has got to throw to first and makes the play. Now I can tell you, it's early in the season, Matt, but as we and Mother Nature starts baking this field, that thing is going to bounce probably another 50 feet in the air, and that would have been an easy base hit for Diaz. Instead, it's a 1-3 put out as Nathan Houston checks in. Coyotes defense playing straight away. Bull just about even with the bag at third. First pitch, and that crosses the letters for strike one. So Hash trying to make his mark. Transfer from Boston College all the way on the East Coast, where Mother Nature can be brutal this time of year, and now he's warming up out here, and that's good hard slider that Houston swings through. Brian Kenny, good to see him back on the field, was injured late last year, did not play in the playoff series against Gateway, and that was a a big difference. Oh, what a pitch by Hash, and that locks up Nathan Houston. Goes down looking. Stepping in is Andres Ontiveros. So Matt threw a couple of batters so far. Hash is showing his ability to spot his pitches, and he's got some nice off speed that can really lock up a batter on the outside part of the plate.
Yeah, an impressive pitcher. I mean, you know, I think he's one of those players that a coach just loves to have on the team and can get into the game earlier in the season and make an impact for the team.
Ontiveros takes ball one. Matadors starting their season here, and Chandler taking on Chandler Gilbert. Of course, Arizona Western plays in the D1 bracket of the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference, and Ontiveros will take the free pass after getting hit by a pitch. Stepping in is the center fielder, Luca Herger. 1 on, 2 outs. Hash trying to relocate the plate and get out of this one. Dimensions here at the No Name Ballpark. Soon enough, we will have this park named. It has to be named at some point. Got to figure it's about 340 down the lines. The power gaps are about 370, 380. Straight ahead, green monster, call it 410. And if you're going to hit one out that way into the cactus and to the debris out there, you've hit a Ruthian shot. 1-0 count. And that is scintillating across the belt. Evens it at 1 apiece. First of 2. Game 2 set for 2:30. Of course, doubleheaders are 7-inning affairs. 1-1 pitch. And that is something beautiful. A little curveball that bites and kind of a slow curve, and Herger swings right through it. Goes to 1-2.
And Luca Herger is another one of those returning players for Arizona Western. I mean, good at the plate, has a strong swing, very disciplined, 160 at-bat last season, 47 hitting. So be surprised if we don't see him make an impact here in the game at some point.
Hash just off the plate, evens the count at 2 apiece. Ontiveros at first base, a very small lead. Doesn't seem to be a threat to run. 2-2 pitch from Hash. Goes back and tries to spin one to the outside corner, and that evens it. So now Ontiveros will be going. On deck is Bronson Neve, the third baseman. Good crowd on hand, some jackets, and we do have some shorts. That would not have been the case at 8 o'clock this morning.
No, very cold.
3-2 pitch. And that locks up Luca Herger. And how about Hash in his debut? Couple strikeouts, 1 left on. We go to the bottom of the first. No score. It's the Matadors and Coyotes, game 1 of the Twin Bill. And we welcome you to the bottom of the first. Aiden Krause former Corona del Sol star, stepping in and drives this one a mile high. Luca Herger coming in, and Herger will glove it for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. And a good start for Sergio Lugo, making his collegiate debut, a 3-pitch pitcher, and starts it the right way. A little pop to center. Stepping in is Jeremy Kuiper. A lot of new faces for this Chandler Gilbert team, and soon enough we'll tell you their favorite food, their favorite movie, their favorite music, their birth date, and their social security number. But in the meantime, we have to absorb as we go. 0-1 pitch, and that's a good one by Lugo. So 3-pitch pitcher in Sergio Lugo. So it's no question it'll be a fastball. Seems like a slider that tails out, and you can expect a curve or changeup in that repertoire. And there's the slow curve and just misses upstairs. Goes to 2-1. It'll be Kraus, followed by Kuiper and Gage Easton, the DH. Scoreless first, and now the Coyotes looking to put some runs on the board for their right-hander. Goes to 2-2. I've said this about this ballpark. The only thing that's missing as we get to warmer weather, and Paulo Hutchison, who's here, and he can maybe verify, is a snack bar. Got to get the snack bar going, Paulo, and the grill. 2-2 pitch, and that is fouled off by Kuiper. And a little bit about the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference, Matt, is this conference, of course, it's one of the best in the nation. Why? Mother Nature, conducive for great weather, for great baseball. Most of the kids in the area have played club, high school in the area, and they're continuing their collegiate careers at one of the schools in the state. And this one is short line drive, and that is dropped. And they're going to say that the catch was made by Bronson Neve. Little liner, and Neve with the nice grab, but they're going to say he was out of play, foul ball, so it goes to and stays at 2-2. Looked like Neve made the catch, then they ruled that he dropped it, and that is where we are. 2-2 pitch. Kuiper takes it outside. So Jeremy Kuiper, we know what Aiden Kraus can do, a proven commodity. Kraus hit .310 last year for the Coyotes in his freshman year. Jeremy Kuiper, a newcomer to the team. And just like every aspect of junior college athletics, there's always changeover from year to year. Not so much in baseball because the rosters, you do have freshmen coming back and the rosters are a little bigger, but you can expect it just about every year and every other sport. This one knocked down the third base line. Neve, backhand, one hopper, that's off the bag. And how about the work by Jeremy Kuiper with the infield single? So Kuiper really worked that at bat well, and then gets the infield knock, and great effort by Bronson Neve. Just Matt did not have enough on the throw to the first base.
No, he was really struggling to get out there and throw it back, and then it went off to the inside, and so great run.
Stepping in, Gage Easton in that 3-hole, and anytime you're in the 3-hole, that means you've got some pop, and takes a fastball that buzzes him and clips the jersey, so he's going to get the free pass, and Coyotes making some noise. Runners at first and second, and here comes Trey Mandina. And Mandina, young man who had a good year in his first season, hit .352, 1 home run, 10 RBIs, did a nice job behind the dish, and now he gets his opportunity in his sophomore season to get the bulk of the starts and show what he can do. And first pitch, he takes a fastball on the outside corner. Mandina, well-spoken young man. Can find him at various Coyote athletic events on campus. The throw back to second base, and runner gets back safely. Coyotes with a couple on here in the first, after Aiden Krause launched a lunar shot to center field that was caught. Now a couple on. This one sky to the right side, giving chase. Ontiveros. And Ontiveros with the leather for the putout. And that is not an easy play, Matt, because as infielder, outfielder, as you're moving toward that wall, you've got to find the spacing to make the catch, and of course the balance, and not have the fear of potentially colliding into the wall. So Ontiveros helps his pitcher out, and now it's Jake Willerup, the right fielder, checking in with a couple ducks on the pond. First pitch from Lugo. A little off speed, and that crosses the belt for strike one. Matador is essentially playing straight away. Javier Diaz cheating just a little bit, trying to keep Kuiper close at second. And now Lugo will throw back over. These two teams put up a lot of runs yesterday. 16-10, Matadors won the first game, and 12-9 in the second.
Wow.
A lot of offense early on, and usually they say pitching is ahead of the offense, but that wasn't the case yesterday. High fastball and throw down to first base, and Easton gets back in. And we're seeing the hose by Victor Lopez. And I'm a big fan of a catcher behind the dish who's not afraid to keep base runners honest. And Lopez showing that he's not afraid to let it rip. 0-2 pitch. And that's upstairs, right into the back of Willerup. So a couple hit batters in this inning, and now Brian Kenny. And Brian Kenny is a young man that knows good offensive baseball. He was having a tremendous year last year, hitting .324. He was starting, home run, 12 RBIs, then had a late season injury and missed the postseason against Gateway, and he could have really been a difference in that series. And takes one right across the letters for strike one. Now, of course, give Gateway a lot of credit. Those last two games, they just had more pitching, and that's ultimately what it came down to. But the Coyotes had their chances after winning game one. And the worst part about that, Matt, is for the second year in a row, the squad lost on home turf, which made it even more painful. 1-1 count. Bases stacked full of Coyotes. Kenny with an opportunity. And he gets a slow bender and swings right through it. Goes to 1-2. On deck, David Bull, the third baseman. Another promising freshman last year who's coming back for sophomore rips. And that is just off the plate. And you gotta like Brian Kenny right there. That shows you some poise. I mean, sometimes at a 1-2 pitch, Matt, get a kid in the box and all of a sudden they're panicking. They're swinging anything. Kenny showed some poise. He's looking for something in his zip code he can drive. 2-2 pitch. And that's a fastball that dots the corner, and great job by Sergio Lugo. The Coyotes, they leave them stacked. No score after one. Second inning from Chandler Gilbert. Stepping in for the Matadors, it'll be Bronson Neve, the third baseman. Left fielder Luis Angulo. And the catcher Victor Lopez. And going out for his second round of action is Gavin Hash. And Gavin Hash in that first inning showing he's more than capable, Matt, with a couple strikeouts.
Yeah, he put on an impressive performance right off the bat. I mean, and we talked about that. That's what you want, to come out strong, pitch well, and get your team in a lineup to really start putting points on the board and scoring and getting your guys around the base to home. So I like what I see from the kid. He's doing a great job.
Hash starts Neve with a fastball upstairs. Infield, straight away. Oh, that's a beautiful bender that locks up Neve, evens the count at 1 apiece. Hash doing a nice job mixing that tailing fastball with that curveball. Comes right back and just misses. Low and outside. Of course, you look at the league last year. We'll kind of look at the standings as we glide through this one. 2-1 pitch. This one fouled off. So Central Arizona, 45-14, 30-8. Pima, 45-18, 26-12. Arizona Western, 37-17, 24-14. South Mountain, 38-27, 22-16. 2-2 pitch. And this one is knocked to right, and this one is going to drop. Extra bases as Neve on his way to second base, and he'll stand up. Bronson Neve going the other way. And it's the Matadors making some noise in the second inning. And that was a case right there for Bronson Neve, Matt. Hash tried to locate something in the outer part of the plate, and Neve, being a good hitter, didn't try to pull the ball, just sprayed it that way. And Gulu checks in. Big day for the young man yesterday. Drove in all kinds of runs in the Matadors doubleheader sweep. And how about that? Some small ball as Hash will throw it to first base. And you know what? I got to tell you, for me, that is the beautiful art of good fundamental baseball, is the ability to drop a bunt and play situational baseball and move the runner over and manufacture a run. It's an almost nowadays, everyone's looking for the 5-run homer.
Right.
Whereas, like we just saw in the World Series, the Dodgers were able to execute basic fundamental baseball, and the Yankees could not do the most basic things. And that right there was Angulo with the perfect sac bunt, gets the run over to third. And here is Angulo, who's just coming off a monster game yesterday, showing his team effort attitude by getting it down and sacrificing himself. Great job by Coach Breen and the Matadors. Now the runner's at third base, and checking in is Victor Lopez after the sac bunt. Lopez handling the catching duties for Sergio Lugo. Infield is in. 2-0 pitch. And that is downstairs. Goes to 3-0. Gerardo Castro on deck, the DH. One out here in the top of the second. Fastball misses upstairs, and now it's Hash losing his concentration on that at bat as Lopez draws the walk. So runners at the corners as Gerardo Castro checks in, the DH, left-handed. David Bull now even with the bag at third. Outfield playing shallow across the way and straight away. Brian Kenny, medium depth, trying to turn a potential double play, and Hash starts him off with a good strong curveball inside. Now the sun's out. You can feel the warmth of Arizona. Feels so good right now. 0-1 pitch. And that misses way inside. Evens the count at 1 apiece. Runners at the corners, scoreless after 1. Now we're in the second inning. First of 2 from Chandler Gilbert. Arizona won both games yesterday. That fastball misses downstairs. Talking to Coach Turk, of course, he said, look, we were in positions to win both games yesterday. Did not happen, but you know what? It's part of it. Move on. Focus all on today. High chopper, and that's going to be defended on a bang-bang play at first base as a run comes in, but you can't say enough about Jeremy Kuiper. High chopper, and Hash came over for the 3-1 putout, but a run comes in. So once again, we talked about manufacturing a run. The Matadors do that. Castro does his job, and as you can see, Matt, we talk about this field, how hard it could be. In about a month or two, when this sun starts baking and it gets smoldering, that's a base hit to right every single time. Now it's the right fielder, Parker Huso, checking in. Javier Diaz on deck. So the Matadors spraying the ball all over the yard yesterday, putting up 16 and 12, showing their capabilities of playing station to station. And this one's ripped down the right field line. Chandler Gilbert, of course, located off Ray and Dobson Road. Baseball field right across from the Coyote Center. Coyotes baseball open to the public. Come on down. Love to have you. 0-2 pitch, runner at second. Fastball misses inside, goes to 2-2. So both these young men, Matt, for Hash making his Coyotes debut, and for Lugo, first collegiate start. Talk about a lot of nervous energy going for both starters on the mound. And that is a beautiful bender that locks up Parker Huso, but the Matadors showed their ability. Bronson Neve gets things going with a double, and he would score on the ground out by Gerardo Castro. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 1-0 Matadors. Bottom of the second, and David Bull checking in. David Bull hit .306 as a freshman, 28 RBIs, and he got better as the season went. Kind of talked about the standings, and Bull takes a Pitch in the outside corner, so South Mountain was 22-16, 38-27 overall. Cochise 21-17, 34-22. Chandler Gilbert right in the mix. League 20-18, 36-23. Mesa 20-20, 35-22. Gateway 19-21, 29-33. Gateway just got hot at the right time. PV 18-20, 31-26. Scottsdale 17-21, 27-25. Eastern Arizona 16-22 in league, 26-23 overall. Phoenix College 11-27, 20-33-1 overall. And Yavapai 11-27, 17-37 overall from last year. Wind up and the pitch. David Bull bounces one the other way. How about the good in-between hop and handled nicely by Javier Diaz, who throws it over. 4-3 put out to start the second for Sergio Lugo as the left fielder Gunnar Bryant checks in. So for Sergio Lugo, here he is, his first collegiate start. He's on the road, and maybe it's a good thing because, you know, Matt, sometimes you're playing in front of the home crowd. You got more juices flowing because you got friends and family. They're coming out here. A road contest, he's probably like, yeah, nothing to lose here.
Right. Definitely. I mean, it's night 2, right? He's been here, came here last night, got a couple wins under his belt, and now he's back on the same field. So definitely playing to his advantage potentially.
Absolutely. He saw his teammates go out and just put up some big-time lumber, putting up 16 runs in the first win, followed by a comeback win with a 12 spot, a baker's dozen, and the second win. And now his team has given him an early lead. So does a nice job with David Bull. He can pitch to contact on a 1-1 pitch to Gunnar Bryant. That's tap foul on that third base side. Weather right now, it's actually cold in the morning. It's actually brisk right now. A little bit of a breeze. I had about 6 layers of clothes I just took off, but I might put a jacket back on. And that's a slow bender that Gunnar Bryant swings right through for the second out. Sergio Lugo showing he's got the ability to change speeds and does it right there. And stepping in the shortstop, Bo DeWitt. And then it goes back to the top of the order. So glad you can join us on the Chandler Gilbert Sports Network. This one bounced to Neve. Neve with a good hop, and Neve throws it over. And good defense by the Matadors, and started with the second baseman, Javier Diaz, and followed by Bronson Neve on the final out. Coyotes, no runs, no hits. We go to the third. They trail 1-0. Top 3 Matadors with a 1-0 lead as Gavin Hash enters his third inning of work. So far, 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 earned run, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Stepping in the top of the order, starting with Javier Diaz, who bounced out to Hash his first time up, followed by Nathan Houston and Andres Anaberos. And more fans and families are trickling in to Chandler Gilbert for the first of 2. His first pitch starts with a bender that off the plate for ball 1. Coyotes outfield, medium depth. David Bull pretty much even with the bag at third. 1-0. And this one lifted to center. And going back, Aiden Krause. Aiden Krause at the wall, and Aiden Krause running leather and tracks it down. What a catch by Aiden Krause. Going deep to the wall, drop stepping like a champ, and coming up with the fine leather for the first out here in the third. Tremendous play by Aiden Krause as Nathan Houston steps in. Struck out his first time up. And if you're a pitcher and like Gavin Hash and you're pitching to contact and you've got your teammates making tremendous plays like that, it just gives you the confidence to just keep dotting the zone, knowing that they're going to provide the leather right behind you. 1-0 pitch, fastball inside. Goes to 2-0. Hash so far through 2 1/3 has shown good control. Spinning that fastball and that breaking pitch on the outer half of the plate. A little breezy here at Chandler Gilbert. And Hash pulls the string, goes to 2-2. Oliveros on deck. Make that a 2-1 count. Hash in the windup. Comes right back for the bender. Now it's even at 2 apiece. Coyotes, always great to start the season on home turf. For Chandler Gilbert, of course, they'll have a great schedule, which will feature all their league rivals. This one bounced to short. Bo DeWitt lost the handle, and DeWitt's going to have to eat that one. That's going to be E6 and a free pass for Nathan Houston. And as we talked about, not just for hitters, but as for fielders as well, you got to put a bad play behind, leave the brick at the yard, and just continue to go forward. Oliveros hit by pitches, first time up. And Hash tries to buzz him off the plate. Goes to 1-0. Runner at first with 1 out. This one.
Good swing.
Smoked to DeWitt, and DeWitt will throw over for the 6-3 double play. So DeWitt comes right back and shows his mental toughness, turning a pair, and the Coyotes get out of that one quickly. So we go to the home half of the third. 1-0 Matadors. Bottom three, Coyotes trailing the Matadors 1-0. We go to the top of the lineup. Aiden Krause, Jeremy Kuiper, and Gage Easton. Krause, line to center his first time up. Really strong freshman year, of course. Played his high school ball at Corona del Sol, a former Aztec. He's got some family members, and they're breaking out the cameras to get the at-bat, because that's what we do. We take every at-bat of our daughters, our sons. Could be baseball, soccer, football, pee-wee, you name it, we're going to do it. We want that highlight, and we want to be able to pull it up at any given moment. Krause, a good contact hitter, and of course he's got great speed. He's in an 0-2 hole against Sergio Lugo. That one's off the plate. Coyotes with some activity in their pen. Mason Stroh throwing, the right-hander. Went to Red River High School in North Dakota. High chopper, Neve. This is gonna be a bang-bang play, and lost it in the sun. And nothing Neve could do right there. So Krause with that good speed, he gets aboard on a Mother Nature gifted base hit. And Krause is a threat to take off. Aiden last year on the base path. 23 stolen bases. And Paulo Hutchison's coming, and I think he's coming with vittles. I think he's bringing a bag of burritos.
Like breakfast or lunch burrito?
I think I'm going to go lunch burrito. Stepping in now, Jeremy Kuiper. Singled his first time up. Krause and Kuiper rips one down the left field line. That'd be a one hop off the wall, and that put a charge into the Coyotes' pen down there. Mason Stroh, who might be coming in the next frame, got the wake-up call. So Kuiper just a little too early, but sizzled a rocket down that left field line. And the throw over by Lugo, trying to keep Krause close. Of course, Arizona Community College Athletic Conference, a short fraternity of teams and coaches, and everyone knows what everyone's capable of doing. So Coach Breen and the Matadors are well aware, and Aiden Krause is picked off. Krause was leaning, and Lugo picks him off on a brilliant throw, and the great tag over by Andres Anaveros. So that's a tough way for the Coyotes to begin the home half of the third. And this one is skied down the left field line and giving chase and in the corner and making the grab. How about Luis Angulo? He's battling the sunshine. Had the sunglasses on, put him down, and brought it in. But that by no means is that an easy catch, because he's basically running about 80, 90 feet. He's trying to think where the bullpen is, and he's looking right up into the sun and then brings it in. Tremendous play by Angulo and left.
Sorry, what? Oh, yeah, for sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So this one is scorched. Gage Easton with the bullet. Neve at third base watching as the throw in by Angulo. But Gage Easton with the rocket. So Coyotes with a couple base hits. Fortunately, Krause gets picked off, and Kuiper in the middle of that with the pop up to left. Now it's Trey Mandina. Pop to first, his first time up on a good play by Anaveros. And this one is sprayed foul back, and that is just over my car. And my car has suffered more damages than Mad Max Fury Road, but takes a licking and keeps on ticking. So tomorrow I'm not going to park my car there, even though that's a great location. Ooh, how about Lugo? Took a little off, a little split finger, and you can tell the movement of the fastball, Matt, as it just tailed back in. 1-1 count. Easton at first base. And Lugo trying to keep him close. Moving fast already here in the bottom of the third. Good pitching on both sides, Lugo and Hash. Lugo, his first collegiate appearance. Fastball tailing inside. Mandina trying to come up with a gap shot and potentially tie this one. 2-1 count. Throw over and Easton back safely. Coyotes, of course, starting the year on home turf. That's always a great thing. This one bounced up the middle and the base knock by Mandina. And the Coyotes have got something cooking. 2 on, 2 out. Now it's Jake Willerup, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. Willerup in that 5th hole, more than capable of providing some lumber. Good speed on the base path. Kraus, electric wheels. And right now the outfield of the Matadors, now the center fielder. Horger comes in just a bit, but Angulo in left is deep, and in right, Parker Huso, medium depth. And now Victor Lopez, the catcher, telling his pitcher to reset. Two outs. RBI opportunity for Willerup. Couple on. Waves right through it. Looked like Lugo took just something off. Turned down the volume on the speed and had Willerup out in front. Now it goes to 0-2. Kraus, modest lead at second base. Lugo goes back to the well, trying to get Willerup to chase the bender. Brian Kenny on deck, struck out looking his first time up. Of course, he'd love to get some redemption with an RBI opportunity. Lugo misses low, and now it's Willerup showing the poise at the dish, making Lugo work that much more. That's what good hitters do. They know how to work the count. They lay off the tough pitches and prolong the at-bat and force the pitcher to make the perfect pitch. Now Willerup, the cat and mouse game, stepping out of the box, goes to 2-2. Kraus, modest lead at second base. This one launched to left and going back, Angulo right in front of the track, and that is going to do it. And that right there, Willerup gave it a ride. Looked like he might have got it off the handle just a bit. So the Coyotes make some noise. 3 hits in the inning, but they leave a pair on. We go to the top of the 4th, 1-0 Matadors. New pitcher on the hill for the Coyotes. That's Mason Stroh, right-hander. From Red River, North Dakota. Blisters a fastball and for the strike. He'll face Luca Herger, the center fielder, Bronson Neve, and Luis Angulu. Herger struck out his first time up. So the book is closed on Gavin Hash. 3 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Did a nice job. And Trey Mandina needs some assistance with his catcher's gear as Coach Turk comes over and provides the assistance. Herger doing a nice job in center field, manning the terrain out there for the Matadors. Mason Stroh misses low, goes to 2-1. The heart of the order for the Matadors: Luca Herger, Bronson Neve, and Luis Angulu. Mason Stroh trying to keep the Matadors at bay. Slow roller, backhand, Brian Kenny, gloving and loving with the putout. Beautiful 4-3 by Brian Kenny. And the Coyotes flashing some leather to start the top of the 4th. And once again, we kind of talk about the field. Right now, it's still a little soft, but as Mother Nature starts scorching, that ball is going to be traveling a lot faster, and Kenny would have to move to his right that much quicker. Bronson Neve gives one a charge. Aiden Krause going back, and he won't get to this one. Neve on his way, and he'll stand up with a 1-out double. And Neve all kinds of fired up as he lands on the bag. And that was just a bomb to one of the deepest part of the parks here at Chandler Gilbert. Now stepping in is Luis Angulu. Sacrifice bunt his first time up, and we talked about the small ball by the Matadors, and right now that bunt he had in the second inning has provided the only run of the game. Coach of the Matadors doing a nice job facilitating, and Angulu takes a fastball for strike 1. Good crowd on hand. Fun and festive. 0-1 pitch from Stroh. Neve at second. This one knocked up the middle, knocked down by Stroh, and he'll have to eat it. And that was a good play by Stroh just to knock it down. And that one, if he doesn't get a glove on it, it's probably a base runner that crosses third for the Matadors. Tremendous play by Stroh just to keep it in the infield. So now runners at the corners. Victor Lopez walked his first time up. And the Matadors, don't be surprised if they move things. And this one is bounced through the left side, and Lopez delivers. And the Matadors take a 2-0 lead. Victor Lopez, seeing eye single through that left side. Now runners at first and second for the Matadors. Not making Stroh's entry into the game an easy one. Gerardo Castro stepping in. And Castro ripping one the other way. The deep left center. This one is off the fence. 1 run is in. Another is turning and coming in. And Castro delivers with a 2-run double. And the Matadors staking their claim, now leading 4-0. And what we've seen, Matt, from the Matadors is their ability just to utilize the ballpark. Stroh pitching off the plate, and we saw that with Bronson Neve going to the left center field gap, and then Castro stroking the opposite field double. A 4-0 lead. Parker Huso checking in, struck out his first time up. Takes a strike from Stroh. No activity in the Coyotes' pen. Of course, for Coach Turk, early in the season, he's got to evaluate. He's got to see what some young men can do in all areas, especially on the bump. That misses inside. Javier Diaz, the leadoff batter on deck. Matadors, 1 in the second, a 3 spot here in the 4th, and wanting more. This one bounced to the right side. Kenny with the good hop, flip over. That'll move the runner. And that brings up the leadoff batter, Javier Diaz. Bounce to the pitcher and fly to center. Stroh trying to put a lid on this Matadors 3-run 4th. On down is Castro, and the Matadors tack on one more. Stroh, a bender of that bounce probably 5 feet in front of the plate. Mandina, who's quite gifted behind the dish, could not secure it. And Castro jolted down from third for the 5th run for the Matadors. And this one bounced to the left side. David Bull, big hop. Bull will fire it across. And that is the 3rd out, but the damage is done. The Matadors bat around. They put up a 4 spot. Lead 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
Let's go. We see that hype outside, right from that house. Took it straight from outside, straight to the couch. We put the mic outside, edit out. You letting the scouts outside. We running this house. Ain't no control in the game. They never leave. I got tats over my veins, cause that what I bleed. She drink a lot of the bourbon, like she from the street. We got control of the flows in her. We heard that your wave went dry. We flooding the drought. Heard that your hood outside. We added some routes. We having the goods outside. Move it in and out. You letting the scouts outside. We running the scouts. The cops outside. Like a
Easy now, no need to go down. Rock that run, that is how we from.
Bottom of the 4th, Coyotes need to get the offense going. Brian Kenny checking in, struck out his first time up. Coyotes stranded a pair. Sergio Lugo now going into his 4th inning of work, and Lugo has done a nice job on the hill. Through 3, 4 hits, 2 strikeouts, no walks. 1-2 count on Kenny. Locked him up with a fastball, looking the first time up. Outfield playing Kenny straight away. This one scorched down the left field line. Foul. It'll be Kenny, David Bull, and Gunnar Bryant. So far, the Coyotes held in check by Sergio Lopez, Lugo that is, who's really found his way around the dish. He gets Kenny to pop to second. Now it's David Bull who grounded out to second his first time up. Thing about Sergio Lugo, he's really working that fastball, good location, spotting it well, and then just taking just enough off to keep the Coyotes off balance. This one bounced to the left side, and that is one the third baseman, Bronson Neve, could not handle. Try to take the step back and try to take the one hop, and David Bull. See how they ruled that. And they're going to give Bull a base hit, courtesy on Game Changer. So if the home team is going to scout and give him a base hit, I'm going to give him a base hit as well. I'm never going to argue with Game Changer. Even though in the course of numerous club softball and baseball games, there are multiple parents that will argue with Game Changer all the time. And our official scorer in the broadcast booth, Paul Hutchison, agrees base hit is what the call should be. Gunnar Bryant at the dish. Swings right through a bender. Struck out his first time up. Now Gunnar Bryant has to battle with 2 strikes on. Coyotes have not shown any movement. And they check with the second base umpire to see if Bryant went, and he held up. 1-2. Fast-moving game already here in the bottom of the 4th. Doubleheaders. They go 7. This one bounced, and that's going to be a double play opportunity and a flip over. And Lopez make that Lugo once again the beneficiary as Nathan Houston turns the 6-3 double play. Coyotes trailing by 5 as we go to the 5th. And we take you to the 5th inning. Mason Stroh back on the bump after a rough 4th in his Saturday debut, giving up a 4 spot. Now at the dish, they'll face Nathan Houston, Andres Anaveros, and Luca Herger. Houston struck out and reached on an error. 1-1 pitch. High bender, that misses upstairs. Goes to 2-1. Matadors, strong season last year. 37-17 overall. Losing in the region finals to Pima. Arizona Western, yearly in just about every single sport, they've got firepower. They have the ability to offer housing for students, so they've got that advantage. And Houston takes one off the backside. So Stroh, after a rough fourth, now starts it in a bumpy way with the hit by pitch to Houston. Onivero steps in. He was hit by a pitch. Coyotes have now hit two batters in this one. Onivero is hit by a pitch and he bounced into a double play. The throw down by Mandina, and how about the wheels by Houston? Steals second base. And this is the first time I've seen Arizona Western come to Chandler Gilbert, and Coach Breen in his 11th year as the head coach for Arizona Western. And I got to tell you, he's a tactician, and I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Plays small ball. He picks the right opportunities to run. Sometimes in that situation, runner gets on, someone's going to just call the steal on the very next pitch, right? It's almost like, but Breen found the right moment, and he did take off in that first pitch, and it paid off as caught Stroh and off stride, and now another opportunity for the Matadors. Oniveros in that 3-hole. He's looking to unload. A little bit of a shift in the outfield. Hayden Krause slightly shifted right center. And the shortstop, Bo DeWitt, right behind the runner at second. Bender, and that's going to lock up Oniveros. Goes to 1-2. On deck is Herger. Matadors won both games yesterday, football style, 16-12 and 12-9. Stroh looking for the punch out here in a big way. And he nails Oniveros. So back-to-back hit by pitches. Right now, there's no activity in the Coyotes' pen, but there is a player getting loose. And stretching out is number 35. Windy day here at Chandler Gilbert. Stroh tries to work his way out of the pickle he's put himself in. Rowan Robinson warming up. Throw down to second base. Rowan Robinson, a right-hander, 6'5", from Foothills Composite High School in Calgary, Alberta. So another young man from across the border making his way to play for Chandler Gilbert. Coyotes, of course, with a huge connection to the Okadokes that make their yearly run here. And now Coach Breen calling for the sacrifice, and a beauty laid down by Herger. Can't stress that enough, how valuable that is. Now you got runners at second and third with only one out. Herger gives himself up. So we've seen Oniveros move up. Now Houston's at third base. Herger lays down a great bunt after we saw Angulu lay it down a great sacrifice for the first run. And that one gets away, Matt Stroh. And coming on down is Nathan Houston. So Nathan Houston gets hit by a pitch, steals second base, gets the third on the sacrifice, and scores on the wild pitch. And now working his way to third base is Ontiveros. A 6-0 Matadors lead. Bronson Neve, RBI opportunity with the infield in. And this one is ripped down the left field line right into the Coyotes bullpen. As of now, it's Matt Stroh's inning to get out of. For Coach Turk, he's evaluating. He's got to see what these young men can do. They played fall ball, and Stroh breaks one off. Neve swings right through it. So he, as a new coach, he's got to see what the young man can do when the bullets are actually flying.
Right.
When the game is real and the situations matter. And, of course, it's baseball's a marathon, so what happens in game 1, game 2, it only factors into the bigger picture of what could blossom into game 15, game 20 down the road. But he wants to see what Stroh can do in this situation. He's given up 5 with a runner at third. And this one bounced to the left side, and that is over the head of David Bull, and the runner comes in. Ontiveros, after getting hit by a pitch, comes on down, and the lead is now 7-0. And Gulu checks in. Sacrifice bunt and a base hit in this one. And the Matadors really taking hold of this one. Jumping on Matt Stroh for a 4-run fourth and coming right back with 2 here in the 5th. Coyotes held in check by right-hander Sergio Lugo. Stroh trying to work his way out of this one, and that one across the belt. First of 2 from Chandler Gilbert. 1 is good, 2 even better. As George Costanza once said, great day for a ball game, let's play 2. Always believed Costanza was a good baseball player, and he actually showed Bernie Williams and Derek Jeter how to hit in one episode, and of course launching him out of the yard. Seinfeld, such a classic show. 1-1. And Angula will take the free pass. And Stroh laboring as the Coyotes assistant will come out and talk things through. Short timeout from Chandler Gilbert. Stepping in. Now at the dish, Victor Lopez with a couple runners on. Bender, and that breaks it off for Stroh. Matadors applying the pressure. 4 in the 4th, 2 now here in the 5th. And this one skied up. Mandina, mask off, and Mandina, like a champ, just pulls it down with a vengeance for the Second out. Castro checking in. Castro. Doubled in a pair his last time up. And that was a rocket he hit to left center. Stroh this time works him inside, and how about the glove work on that right side by Jeremy Kuiper? Unassisted, but the damage is done. Two more across. Matadors taking control, and the Coyotes have to play catch up. They're down 7 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. So the Coyotes looking for the rally caps in a big way. Trailing by 7 as Bo DeWitt checks in. Bo bounced to third his first time up. And on the hill right now in his collegiate debut, Sergio Lugo is cruise control. He's basically pressed that button on the odometer and just ride the machine. Perfect 65, no bumps, no bruises, no grooves. 4 innings, 5 hits, 2 strikeouts, no walks. And that's the big one right there. If you can pound the zone, let your defense do what they're capable of doing, and limit free passes, you got a chance. Once again, Greg Maddux, one of the best pitchers of all time, over 340 wins. Didn't overpower people, spin and location. And Sergio Lugo doing that right here against the Coyotes. Young man has worked a combination of a good fastball, a very deceptive changeup, and a little movement on the slider. A little breaker down to third base. Coming up is Neve, and Neve on the good pick by Ontiveros for the first out here in the bottom of the 5th. We go back to the top of the order. Aiden Krause, he is 1 for 2. 2 good hard knocks in this one. He lined to left his first time up. Singled in the 3rd and got picked off, which was a tough inning because the Coyotes managed to get a couple more hits in that inning and couldn't manufacture anything. And that's been the biggest scoring threat for the Coyotes in this one. Lugo early in the season. Here we are, just a little past mid-January, and He's throwing like it's the midseason, and he's all dialed in. Kraus, 1-1 count. And that's off the plate. And we also saw, as now Coach Breen comes out to talk to Sergio Lugo, and Lugo really helped himself in that last inning when Kraus was at first base, because you could tell Kraus was going, and Lugo anticipated it. One casual throw over, and then he caught him leaning. Then it was dead on, picked him off, and it wasn't close either. Coyotes offensively in this one really held in check. They've scattered 5 hits. Kraus, Kuiper, Easton, Mandina, and Bull, each with a base hit. Only 2 strikeouts, and once again, Lugo, no walks. It goes to 3-1. Plenty of lumber in that Coyotes lineup, but they need a base runner to get started, and Kraus jolts one into the softball territory. About a mile north and just a tad east. 3-2 count. Kuiper on deck. This is bounced to third. Backhander. Neve can't handle it. Kraus is a big turn. He thought about it, and he'll race back to first base. So good work by Angulo in left field, getting that ball in quickly. And tremendous play by Angulo, because he is playing very deep, and he easily had to come about 60 feet. And he's playing it off his glove side. Then he has to spin back around and throw back to second base. So tremendous effort by the left fielder to hold Kraus to first base. And they're going to give Aiden a base hit. He's 2 for 3. Kuiper at the dish. He singled to the first and popped to left field. And Kuiper, that was that deep fly ball that Angulo, when the sun was out even more, had to track it down in that corner. Kraus is going. Bang, bang play, and Kraus is in. This time, Aiden Kraus won't be denied. He figured out Sergio Lugo, and Lugo this time not deceptive enough to keep him close. And Lopez with the good throw, but Kraus had that early step. 1-1 pitch. Kraus at second. This one, little flare, and will drop foul. 1-2 count. Coyotes have to maximize some RBI opportunities, trailing by 7. And that is a bender that Lugo breaks off and freezes Kuiper for the second out. Lopez, that's now his 4th strikeout. Gage Easton checking in. Hit by pitch, singled in the 3rd. Kraus with plenty of running room. This one, flare to center, the center fielder coming in, Herger, and Herger makes the grab, so the Coyotes threatening Kraus stranded. And once again, Sergio Lugo is muy bueno. After 5, it's all Matadors with a 7-0 lead. Yeah, this guy.
At bat. Number 6 for the Matadors, Parker Husso. He'll line himself up. Holding it, looking for the perfect opportunity. Take a swing. Crack it off the back end. Stroud. Gonna strike. Husu out. He'll bite, send right down center. And a good catch from the outfielder, number 2, Aiden Kraus. Aiden Kraus. And now, number 9, Javier Diaz up at the plate. Take swing, send right down.
So Javier Diaz with the base knock through the left side, and that's the way it starts for the Matadors, already up 7-0. And Matt Stroh going into another inning of work. And you just love to see the young man just dialed in a little bit and just have some success and just keep the Matadors at bay and put up a 0 here in the 6th inning. Because on the other side, Sergio Lugo has been in total control.
Absolutely.
Nathan Houston at the dish. Runner thought about it. Stroh with the high change, and Houston swung right through it. Matadors doing a tremendous job getting some timely hits and playing situational baseball. And Mandina freezing the runner, and now the throw down to first base, and they've got Diaz in a pickle, and they chase him back, and now they're going back into the direction of second base, and the best thing is and that is what you do right there. You fake the throw, and automatically the runner will go back to the bag. Tremendous play by Brian Kenny. Can't stress enough, so many times in a pickle situation, you don't see the recipient of the baseball fake the runner. All you got to do is head fake the throw, and then automatically we'll have the base runner going back to the bag where he came from. Kenny did that. They get the out. Tremendous play. And now it's Houston at the dish, but it all starts with Mandina, who caught Diaz lollygagging between first and second, and it led to the eventual pickoff. So if you want to mark that, it's going to be something like 1-3-6-3-6 for the put out, or something in that general direction. Houston swings through the slow roller. He is struck out, reached on an error, hit by a pitch, scored in that 2-run 5th inning. So Stroh, the beneficiary of some good defense by his teammates. Slow roller, DeWitt coming in. DeWitt, bang, bang, and they're going to say Houston beat it out. Tremendous play by DeWitt. But Houston, once again, it's the Matadors doing all the little things correctly. Now it's Ontiveros, hit by a pitch, bounced into a double play and hit by a pitch yet again. Top six, first of two, Matadors in charge of this one. They've scattered 8 hits. And they've gotten tremendous pitching from their first timer on the mound, Sergio Lugo. And that is fouled off Ontiveros as he whimpers in pain out of the box. Stretches it out, and now he's a champ. He's going to get back in. Game 2 of this twin bill coming up at 2:30. A short break between two games gives the teams a little chance to recharge, maybe grab a protein bar and get right back at it. 1-1 pitch from Stroh. Runners going, and Mandina, no chance. And that was a great read by Nathan Houston. We talk about Brain, his ability to read. Called the steal, maybe caught Stroh tipping his pitch maybe a little bit on the changeup, and that's what it was, and it was an easy acquisition for Houston. Now it's Ontiveros with an RBI opportunity. That's way outside. 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Matadors. 1 in the 2nd, 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. Stroh in relief of Gavin Hash, who was solid through 3, allowing only 1 run. 3-1 pitch. That's busted inside, and Ontiveros has to look back at the home plate umpire and played that one off pretty well. Bang, bang call, and Stroh and Mandina don't get it. Coyotes athletes on hand, watching the game. Members of the women's golf team as well as members of the women's soccer team on hand. Because the Chandler Gilbert community really is a fraternity of athletes on campus that all support each other. Stepping in, Herger struck out, bounced to second, and a sacrifice fly. And that one is one hopper that eats up Kenny. Coming around to score is Houston. Runner will go to third, and the Matadors tack on yet another. Tough play by Kenny. He either had to come stronger and catch it on that sinking line drive, instead try to take the one hopper, and it goes against him. Herger with the base knock and the RBI. And the Matadors continue to threaten. Bronson Eve comes in. Big game for Bronson Neve. 3 for 3 with an RBI. Couple doubles and a single. Neve lays off the bender. 8-0. Matadors. They won the first 2 games yesterday. A 16-10 football style game, and then a 12-9 affair. That one bounces off the turf, and the runner takes second base. Matador is very opportunistic. They've played small ball. They've run the bases effectively. They have shown the ability to play station-to-station baseball with some of their power sluggers in the lineup, getting sacrifice bunts by Herger as well as Angulo. And that's a fastball that Bronson Neve lays off. He was wondering if he was going to get the call or not.
And he's another one of those returning players from last season. He's got a great, reliable run producer. He can make it happen. So Matador's in a good position here to potentially grab a few more runs.
3-0 pitch. And that tailing fastball inside. And Bronson Neve, good take on his behalf. Stroh gets the inner half, goes to 3-1. Bronson Neve showing a lot of patience and good work at the dish. 3-1 pitch. And this one scorched to right. And the right fielder is right there. Willer up. But once again, Bronson Neve puts a hard contact on the baseball. Matadors tack on another. We go to the bottom of 6. 8-0. Arizona Western. So a new pitcher for Arizona Western, Gregoris Mateo, a freshman from the Dominican Republic. 6'5", 190. And the book is closed on Sergio Lugo. And what can you say about his performance? 5 shutout innings. Simply dazzling on the mound, kept the Coyotes off balance. Coyotes looking to make some noise as they begin the home half. Starts with Trey Mandina. Popped to first and singled in the third. Not a lot of opportunities for the Coyotes. They've been kept in check. Once again, Lopez has done a tremendous job. Neve, great play, taking the high hop and fires it across. 5-3 put out. Great play by Neve because it's a lot easier to take the high hopper than take the in-between hop. Smart play by the third baseman. Now it's Willer up. Hit by a pitch and line to left, followed by Brian Kenny. So when we look at Lugo, he scattered 6 hits, 3 strikeouts. The beautiful thing, no walks. And that's the equalizer right there. Just the ability just to pitch to contact, get the ball to the plate, and be masterful. And Mateo just wheeling and dealing a little bit. Quickly 0-2 on Willerup. Gregoris Mateo. And this one is bounced to short. Nathan Houston fires it across. And now it's Brian Kenny, who struck out and popped to second. Coyotes running out of chances. Now with 4 outs to play with. Of course, game 2 set for 2:30, and this one is moved quickly. Gavin Hash was tremendous in his Coyotes debut. 3 innings, only 1 run allowed. And this one lifted left field. Angulo going back, and Angulo actually looks like that might be a substitution in left. We'll have to check it out. But a tremendous effort by the left fielder, and we'll tack on a number for you as he rambles in. But the Coyotes cannot answer, and we'll go to the top of the 7th. Matadors up 7-0. Looks like new pitcher for the Coyotes, number 38, Camden Clarkson from Desert Ridge High School in Mesa. 6'1", 200-pound freshman. Follows up Matt Stroh. Going to get some late inning work to show what he can do out of the pen. And the thing about the early part of the season, where you start is not how always where you finish. Camden Clarkson might find himself in a position where he might have to provide some solid starting work in the course of the season. And Gulo at the dish. Sacrifice bunt, singled, and hit by a pitch. Scored a run, part of that 4-run fourth. All Matadors. 7-0 lead. That's tap foul. It'll be Angulo, Victor Lopez, and Castro. 6, 7, and 8 against Clarkson. 2-2 pitch. Tailing fastball and laid off by Angulo. Arizona Western, big year last year, 37+ wins, and this one's lifted to center. Aiden Kraus going back. Kraus right in front of the warning track. Angulo gave it a ride. First out here in the top of the 7th. Here comes Victor Lopez. He's walked, singled. And has popped out. This one skied out of play. And a correction. It's actually not number 38. It's Noah Seeley on the mound. Noah Seeley. Apologize. Looked like 38 was 39. Noah Seeley, he's a freshman right-hander from Gilbert Classical Academy in Gilbert, just right down the road. And So far, he's proving his worth out of the pen. Tight ball game, and then Matt Stroh, wheels came off with 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th. That's kind of where we are. Arizona Western has really shown their patience and their sound fundamental baseball, playing some station to station, sacrificing some runners, and capitalizing on some RBI opportunities. This one skied straight back over the press box. Of course, the press box wide open. We don't have the friendly confines of drywall and plaster to keep us safe. So Matt, be prepared to protect us. 2-2 pitch. High bender inside. 1 out here in the 7th. It's moved quickly. Pretty much a game controlled by Sergio Lugo, the starter of Arizona Western. And Lopez draws the walk. Castro steps in. 1 for 3. Big double drove in a pair in the 4th. Seeley upstairs. And we're going to check on one thing. And the judges rule as that one is ripped right. Noah Skilly gives up the base knock to Castro, and they're going to hold the runners at third, and Castro, a bullet. Now runners at second and third with Parker Huso coming up. And we're going to say that it was Huso who made that catch in left field, moving from right to left in that last inning. He has struck out and bounced to second. First of 2 between these two teams. There'll be a 30-minute break between, and then Coyotes will be right back at it. 1 out. This one sprayed down the third base line. And now temperatures are starting to drop a little bit. High today is supposed to be low 70s. Oh, 1. This one, sky to left center. And right there, and the runner will tag up. Bryant on the catch, but another run is in. So a good at bat by Parker Huso. Sac fly, and the lead continues. Now 9-0. Runner remains at second is Castro. He's got good speed. Goes back to the top of the order with Javier Diaz. Singled his last time up. He's 1 for 4. First pitch. Bender breaks in. So this Arizona Western team, they now have 9 hits compared. Both teams with 9 apiece. Actually, for the Coyotes, they've got 6 compared to Arizona Western, who's got 9. Seems like every inning, Arizona Western, after Hash has left, is threatened and then some. And essentially, they have, getting 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, now 1 here in the 7th. Skilly with the bender off the dish. Coyotes coming up in the home half. Looks like David Bull, Gunnar Bryant, and Bo DeWitt. But first, Arizona Western continuing to put pressure on. Won a couple big football-style scores yesterday, 16-10 and 12-9. Coyotes opportunities in both those games. Of course, Coach Turk trying to figure out who can do what and push all the right buttons. And Diaz with the 2-out walk. Nathan Houston steps in. Struck out, reached on an error, hit by a pitch, and singled. He's 1 for 3. It's got on a couple times. Looks good for him. This one knocked through the left side, and that's going to get through on the divot. DeWitt couldn't get it. Throw home, and the runner beats it. And the big base knock by Nathan Houston. He's got a couple hits, another RBI, and it's now a 10-0 Matadors advantage. Breaking pitch left up in the zone, and Nathan Houston jumped all over it. Ontiveros checking in with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Fastball. Outside across the letters. Skilly just trying to limit the damage and learn from the outing. And that one gets away. Mandina giving chase as the runners move up 90 feet. Now a conversation will ensue between Mandina and Skilly. And it's not. Ontiveros at the dish. Got a pinch hitter. And that is number 2, Killian Bamberger. Bamberger lays off. A freshman. Two-one count. Runners at second and third. Outfield, medium depth. Skilly looking to put the fire out, get out of this frame, regroup, and have his teammates go to work at the dish. Bender inside. Bamberger swings right through it. Goes to 2-2. Arizona Western bringing their fan base. 3-hour trek from Yuma. Of course, a little warmer down there in the southern part of the state. Bouncer right side. Brian Kenny fields it and tosses it over. And that's going to do it. But the Matadors continue to pour it on. They add 2 more. Coyotes have to go to work, trailing by 10. Last chance here in the 7th. So Paulo Hutchison does not have a degree in meteorology, but he's giving me weather forecasts right now. He says the weather is colder in Yuma right now than it is in Arizona. And by the way, if you're going through Yuma, get yourself a date shake. Every place you go, little gas stations, they're selling date shakes everywhere. Yes, tremendous. So Gregoris Mateo on the mound. Had a good last inning. And it starts the Coyotes, David Bull, Gunnar Bryant, and Bo DeWitt. Coyotes trailing by 10. This one, Neve in between hop, reads it well and fires it over, and that's going to be safe. David Bull beats it out. That was kind of a situation for Neve. Did not want to take the in-between hop. Knows how fast this field plays. So he took the step back and kind of waited, and the hustle by Bull earns him his second hit of the day. Gunnar Bryant checking in. Struck out, bounced into a double play. Gregoris Mateo out of the Dominican Republic. Outfield, pretty much medium depth. Mateo, a little bit of that sidearm action. Of course, right now the Coyotes just want to continue, get some positives out of this one going into the next game. Maybe tack on a run or two, feel good about the way it ends, and hopefully it carries over. Arizona Western, of course, plays in the D1 side of the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference. That's a beautiful tailing fastball on the outside part of the black. 2-2. But Coach Turk and the Coyotes won't make any excuses. They're like, look, we're good, we can beat them, and we expect to. Arizona Western trying to take game one in convincing fashion. Mateo misses outside. So the Coyotes start the seventh with a base knock and a walk as Bo DeWitt checks in. And we have a pinch hitter. It's going to be number 4, Zane Coggins. Zane saw his share of work last year, also from Corona del Sol High School. And if you're Gregoris Mateo right now, big thing, you got a 10-0 lead. You don't have to mess around, just come hard. You're coming at the dish. Coyotes have to prove they can put the ball in play against the hard-throwing right-hander. 0-1 pitch. And this one, sky to left. Shortstop going back, and the shortstop makes the catch. Nice play by Nathan Houston. And sometimes that's a situation right there, Matt, where you get a miscommunication between the outfielder and the infielder, and all of a sudden that ball drops. So Coggins pops out, and Aiden Krause checking in. Krause, couple base knocks. 2 for 3. He's hit the ball hard every single time up. And the infield will talk it over. Game 2 set for 2:30. Good run a little later. Sergio Lugo in line for the win for the Matadors. 5 strong. Scattered hits and gave up no walks. Jeremy Kuiper to follow. So Aiden Krause had really had a good freshman year, and he's got a stolen base in this one as well. Really trying to build on a solid freshman season for the Coyotes. Speed, makes great contact, good outfielder. young man is a asset, not just for this team, but for any future collegiate team he suits up for. Runners are going. And the runners go in. Gutsy move by Coach Turk. You're down 10 and pulls off the double steal. And now Aiden Kraus with the opportunity to pick him up. Kraus took one for the team, looking on that pitch. Now he's got to protect. He's got a hole through that right side. 0-2. Bounce foul. And as you can see, field still early, Matt, February, but still playing very fast. Big hops and then some. Bronson Neve has done a nice job at third base over for the Matadors today, handling numerous shots. Another foul down the third base line. Sticks at 0-2. Coyotes trying to punch one in. Just trying to build some positives into the next game. That's all you can really do at this point. You're down 10, you need a miracle and then some. Kraus continues to battle. Great job by Aiden. Kraus, parents on hand, his grandfather on hand as well. 0-2 pitch from Gregori's Mateo. And they check with the second base umpire and they said Kraus did not go. That was a tailing fastball, really busted him inside. Had Aiden just a tad off balance, but he held up. 1-2. Just slaps that one foul off the netting off the backstop. That's what good hitters do. They just continue to be pesky. They work pitchers and just continue to work. And that's what Kraus is doing right now. Having an epic at bat against Gregori's Mateo. And we saw glimpses of this at the tail end of last year. Now carrying over with a couple hits today. 1-2. And good shot by Kraus. And this one is going to drop. Won't drop, but it's going to be caught by the center fielder. And Kraus will get the sacrifice fly. And that was a great catch by Herger in center field, who came strong. Looked like the ball was going to drop, but once again, Aiden, another strong at bat, and there goes the shutout, and a run is across. Stepping in is Jeremy Kuiper. Kuiper is singled, fly to left, and struck out. So David Bull comes in on the sac fly. Now 10-1 Matadors. Mateo blisters one. A lot of movement. Get that sidearm delivery, get that sling, get that hard motion. A lot of tail on that fastball. 1-2 pitch. Brian at second and right through it. And that is going to do it. Gregori's Mateo closes it out, striking out Kuiper. And it all started, Matt, if we want to digest this one, we could talk about the big innings by the Matadors, putting up 4 in the fourth. But it all starts with Sergio Lopez and the outing he had on the mound.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great performance from the Matadors. I mean, and I think we talked about it, right? It's just that simple execution and fundamentals. And And, yeah, I mean, it was great to watch. They really came in strong, like you said, in that fourth inning. But it was those small, simple, fundamental principles that they applied to the game that put them over the edge and pulled them far ahead of the Coyotes in this game.
We look at it, and it was Lopez who was simply dazzling. Started 5 innings, only 6 hits, struck out 3, no walks. Offensively, and we look at the box score. Matadors got 1 run off Gavin Hirsch in the 3rd. Then they took advantage of Matt Stroh with 4 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and then Skeely came up and gave up 2 in the 7th. So the Coyotes are going to regroup. They're looking for answers on how to beat this Matadors team. Now 0-3. 30-minute break between game 1 and game 2. Keep it locked and loaded. Coyotes dropped the first one in the first of 2 against the Matadors. More coming up from Chandler Gilbert on the Chandler Gilbert Sports Network.
Like
And we welcome you back to Chandler Gilbert for game 2 between the Coyotes and the Matadors. So far, Big Red from Big Yuma taking charge here in the land of the East Valley off Dobson in the 202. And of course, Pecos Road. Matadors won the first game Friday 16-10, then won the nightcap 12-9, and Matt, behind the awesome start by Sergio Lugo in his first collegiate start, 5 shutout innings. Matadors took game 1 at this twin bill by the count of 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive from Sergio Lugo. I mean, he came out, played strong, seemed a little nervous in that first inning or so, but after that, I mean, he just hit fire and didn't stop and really put the Coyotes away, taking the lead, ending the night, I believe, 10-1.
So 10-1, so the Coyotes still looking for their first win as they send lefty Jack Carey to the mound. And behind the plate will be Gage Easton at first base. Trey Mandina moves from catcher to first base. Xander Rass gets the start at second. Zane Coggins at short. Garrett Greenan at third. Jeremy Kuiper moves from first base in the first game to left field. Aiden Krause will man center, and Jackson Reed in right. Starting lineup, Javier Diaz will lead off. Javier Diaz, a force, had a base knock and a walk in the first game, followed by Nathan Houston. A couple base hits in that game. He was a force. Luca Herger in the 3 spot. Herger in that first game was 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Batting fourth, the DH, Andres Ontiveros. Ontiveros, well, he was utilized for target practice. Got hit by a couple pitches in that game and walked, and also grounded out a couple times. Then in the 5th spot will be Bronson Neve, who was spectacular. 3 for 4, hit everything hard. In the 6th hole, Luis Angulo, who was extraordinary on Friday. Base knock, got hit by a pitch, sacrifice bunt, followed by Elian Olmos, Dorian Bunil, and Parker Huso. So Diaz gets it started against the lefty Jack Carey. We welcome you back to Chandler Gilbert for game 2, the Coyotes and Arizona Western. Game 4 of this 4-game set between these two teams. Of course, Arizona Western located on the other side of the state in Yuma, part of the D1 bracket. And they are off to a fast start after last year's 37-win season, losing in the region finals to Pima. This one bunted down the third base line, tap foul, quickly goes to 0-2. Can't say enough about the start in the first game by Gavin Hash. If there's any kind of bright spots, of course, Aiden Krause really stuck the ball well, and Gavin Hash, 3 strong innings, giving up only 1 run, Matt.
Yeah, Gavin Hash was definitely a bright spot in the last game. I mean, he came in strong and just really closed out his time on the mound, leading the march, and nothing better to be said than just tremendous work. 0-2
pitch, and that's inside, chasing Diaz off the plate. Diaz, a speedster, single and a walk in the 10-1 victory. Of course, a little timeout break between the two teams to regroup, rehydrate, and now getting back after it. 1-2 pitch. This one skied foul. Out of play down the right field line. Into the desert landscape of coyotes and cactuses roaming that part off Pecos Road. Of course, Chandler Gilbert just located north of Pecos Road. Baseball free. Anytime you want to come. Softball as well. Come on down. Love to see you catch some of the best athletes on the junior college circuit. Doesn't matter the sport. They are in the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference. Always a player in the postseason. And right now, Javier Diaz is having an epic at bat, just really working Jack Carey. Carey chases him off the plate yet again, tries to work him inside, refuses to give him that outside part of the plate. Diaz skilled, and you think Diaz is looking at that right side, maybe trying to punch it through that 4-3 hole. 2-2 pitch. Oh, and Carey pulls the string, and that's a beauty right there. Diaz going down, swinging. Stepping up, Nathan Houston, a couple base knocks, also hit by a pitch. Strong game, and the 10-1 win. Now he gets a first look at Jack Carey, the lefty. Tall and lanky, going to work. Lays a bunt down, is going to make Carey field his position like a jungle cat and throws it over to first base. Made that look easy. Now stepping in the center fielder, Luca Herger. As we look at Jack Carey, product of Regis Jesuit High School in Denver, Colorado, 6'3", 210. He's got some size, and so far he's showing the knack of really locating his pitches, and starts Herger with a fastball, tailing on the end of it. Herger in the first game, base knock, RBI, sac fly as well. Can't stress that how well Arizona Western competed in that first game, just doing little things. Laying some good sacrifice bunts down, playing good defense, strong base running. For a team that, as Herger swings through a very, very hard curveball inside, goes to 1-2. For a team just getting started, Arizona Western looking well polished in the early stages of the season. Carey, 1-2 pitch. Oh, and takes something off, and Herger goes down swinging. So a good start for the Coyotes and Jack Carey. 3 up, 3 down, a couple Ks. Coyotes going to work with the red-hot Aiden Krause about to take his hacks and get the Coyotes going in the bottom of the first. And we go to the bottom of the first. It'll be Aiden Krause, Jeremy Kuiper, and Ben Lovering getting the start in the DH position in the 3-hole. Aiden Krause, product of Corona del Sol, hit over 300 last year in his freshman season at Chandler Gilbert. Just hit bullets all over the field. Line down, base knock, and a sinking line drive, sac fly, RBI for the Coyotes' only run in the 10-1 loss. And they are facing right-hander Lucas Pical. Young man, strong and sturdy. They got a great start from Sergio Lugo in game 1. Now they're looking for more of the same in Pical, and quickly goes to 0-2. And that is the kind of start you want to see. You always want to get your starters on the mound. They want to be ahead in the count. Pitching from behind is a recipe. Giving up walks leads to disaster. You can't defend the walk. Kraus has to protect. 0-2. Here it is. And that misses upstairs. Coyotes still looking for their first victory. Coach Turk in place. Jimmy Turk spent the last 4 years as an assistant. Oral Roberts also was an assistant at South Mountain Community College. And how about Aiden Kraus yet again? The pride of Corona del Sol, now the pride of Chandler Gilbert with a base knock. And I had a chance to see Aiden Kraus a short time ago. I saw him between games, and Aiden Kraus looks like he's dedicated himself to the weight room, and I applaud him because he already has tremendous hand-eye coordination, and then you put a little time and effort into the physicality of what you're trying to work on, and it leads to bigger and better results. Jeremy Kuiper checking in. Kuiper in that first game, 1 for 4, base knock in the first. And Pikal starts him off with a strike. Kraus stolen base in the first game as well. So Arizona Western, Matt, they've got the luxury. They can recruit players from all over because they've got housing that they can provide. So Lucas Pikal, they got him from the Czech Republic.
Wow.
So Arizona Western scanning the globe for players and talent. Trebek, Czech Republic. Now, if I try to pronounce his previous school, I would just butcher it. And I don't want to offend the good people in the Czech Republic. And if you're watching across the world as Kraus going down to second and bang, bang playing, Kraus gets in. Another stolen base. Kraus with 23 last year, and now he's already got a couple in the last 2 games. So Lucas Pikal feeling the wrath of the Coyotes on the base path, courtesy of Aiden Kraus. Now, Jeremy Kuiper just needs to have a quality AB and work him across. And that's big. We saw Arizona Western do that several times in their first game. Kuiper with a big swing right through it.
You got to love the mindset of these Coyotes. I mean, losing that last match, losing both games the night before, but still coming out really strong. I've loved what we've seen in this first inning in this game, and they're just playing their best. And I think this is the best we've seen of today.
Well, for Chandler Gilbert, as Kuiper goes down, Ben Lovering checks in. Ben Lovering, an opportunity in this one, a product of Faith Lutheran High School in Las Vegas, Nevada. And just remember, kids, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. But Lovering wants to make sure whatever happens here comes up big for the Coyotes. The back throw to second base, just the fake. And all the Coyotes can do is try to respond and look for their first victory. Of course, they open up the first 4. Then on Friday, they take on Arizona Christian JV squad. And then Tuesday, February 4th, Eastern Arizona for a noon start time. Pitch. Oh, and that's a beauty. Lovering as Pikal dots the outside. Goes to 0-1 with 1 out. Kraus, excellent speed. Outfield, medium depth. Kraus will be sent home on a base knock to the outfield. Kraus on his way. Going down, and Kraus is in. Aiden Kraus. Fire off the cleats. Another stolen base. He's got 3 in the last 2 games. So now an opportunity for the Coyotes. Just put the ball in play. Little ground out will do the job. Doesn't take much. Now Coach Breen coming out to talk to his right-hander. And this is probably more of a situation right here as Drew Keene is coming out. Drew Keene, the head baseball coach in his 12th season. Captured 2 region championships. And actually, Drew Keene played at Central Arizona from 92 to 94, drafted by the Colorado Rockies in the 93 Major League Baseball draft. Spent 3 years in the Rockies organization and worked his way up to Class A Asheville. Native of Michigan, earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Political Science at U of A and a University of Arizona, a master's degree in education at the University of Phoenix. So, a coach is well-versed, played the game, Drew Keene. And I told Coach Keene afterwards I was a big fan of how they handled everything. Bouncer to short, toss over, and that keeps the runner in place. So Lovering on the 6-3 putout. Now it's up to Gage Easton. Gage Easton checking in. Easton hit by a pitch, singled, and popped to center. Big opportunity for the Coyotes. Could not capitalize in game one. Not a lot of chances. Now they got one here, and when you're facing a team like the Matadors, it's almost like sticking your finger in the dike. It's just a matter of time before they're going to erupt and score. So it's up to the Coyotes to maximize their opportunities. And Easton with Kraus, who's got excellent speed. And that's off the dish. Good crowd on hand. Mother Nature has warmed up. Spring training closing in for the Arizona Diamondbacks, fresh off a good season. Playoff football tomorrow. And this one, it's sky to right. Parker Huso is under it, and Huso will bring it in, and the Coyotes will strand a runner. Kraus sizzling on the base path and left to watch and wonder. We go to the bottom of the second, no score from Chandler Gilbert. Second inning, Jack Carey. How dazzling was he? Javier Diaz struck out. Nathan Houston bounced out. Luca Herger struck out. Now we go to the fourth. Andres Ontiveros, followed by Bronson Neve and Luis Angulo. 4, 5, and 6, and they can swing it. So Jack Carey will be tested here in the second. And Jack Carey misses upstairs. Fourth meeting between these two teams. Coyotes back at it, hosting the ACU JV team next Friday. And how about Carey? That fastball across the plate, dotting the black. Goes to 2-1. Xander Rass, second baseman, respecting Ontiveros on the outfield grass on that right side. Now, one thing I dread is the shift in Major League Baseball where they basically, you know, on a pull hitter, they'll put like everyone on that side of the field and deny him a hit. It's just like, you know, come on, guys. Let's play the 9 and 9 and Ontiveros. I got to tell you, he's been a target of destruction by Coyotes pitchers. He's now been hit 3 times in the last 2 games. So tomorrow, break out the Bengay and the hot water. And Ontiveros needs a hot bath just to heal up the bruises. Bronson Neve. And Bronson Neve, all he did in that first game was hit bullets all over the field. He just showcased some lumber. Ripped a double in the left center field gap. That's about, you know, we charted about 375 out there. Another double in the fourth. RBI single in the fifth and lined out to right. So he was locked in and lays off a hard slider to even the count at 1-1. This is a talented team led by Drew Keene and assistant Zeke Mitchum. And when I talked to Coach Keene between games and how I was impressed by the way they called the games, and he said, hey, Zeke Mitchum handles the offense, so thank him. I went up and said, Coach, great job. I said, not a lot of people like to play stationary baseball, and you guys did that. And yeah, guys up and down the line that can do that, that bodes well. Impressive stuff. That's fouled back. Now a 2-2 count. Bronson Neve. Ontiveros, not a big threat on the base path. Shoot one in the gap, he might score. Carey versus Neve. This one bounced to short. Good turn and the flip, and they won't get Neve, who's got some wheels going down that line. But they get one on the fielder's choice. Angolo checks in. And Angolo really set the tone in that first game with that sacrifice bunt in that second inning, which led to a run.
Yeah.
He also singled, got hit by a pitch. So as we count the hit by pitches, it's 4 in 2 games for Arizona Western. Of course, not intentional. Part of baseball, pitchers, they got to pitch inside. That's what they do. If they ball pitchers just laid the ball right over the plate, well, wouldn't be enough room on the scoreboard for the final scores of the games. Carey doing a nice job already, having Angolo in a 0-2 hole. Zane Coggins sent short in this one. Xander Rass at second. Bouncer, Rass, opportunity, flip, and the throw over. Oh yes, dialing it up. You write that up as 4, 6, and 3, and the Coyotes turn a pair. And Jack Carey spotless through 2 as we go to the second, the bottom half. So we welcome you back to Chandler Gilbert, where we got some kick and dance music going. So if you feel like getting your Saturday night groove on here at Chandler Gilbert, feel free to join us. We are kicking it in a big way, and the Coyotes are hoping to kickstart their offense. Only one run in the first game, and Trey Mandina checking in. Trey, solid first game, 1 for 3, is single in the third. Coyotes bench, a little restless. They need some offense. Get the bats going. Facing Lucas Pakal from the Czech Republic. So imagine that. Just fathom Lucas Pakal. You're growing up in the Czech Republic. Somehow you get a baseball in your hand. A scout across the world, or they see your videotape. He's probably pitching for the country in some kind of international play, right? He's firing up, and Arizona Western's like, yeah, come on over. And he's like, sure, I've been in cold weather my whole life. I'll take in some sunshine. And here he is. Oh, that's a one-hopper. Good pickup by Javier Diaz and the throw over. So I love the versatility of Javier Diaz. Played second base in the first game. Now slide him over to third base. You love to have infielders that are interchangeable, that you can move them on different sides of the field, or a player that you can put him in the infield and then stick him in the outfield as well. Versatility makes you a valuable asset. That means you got an opportunity to play and play more.
Yeah.
Garrett Greenan checking in. Greenan lays off the fastball as they check with the first base umpire. Coyotes with the chance at first. Aiden Krause was stranded. Made it way to third base after stealing second and third. Big cut by Garrett Greenan as Pakal comes up with the gas upstairs. 1-1 count. Xander Rass on deck. Pakal. This one is sky to right. Right fielder Huso coming in, and he'll stick it for the second out. Xander Rass getting an opportunity to do some work. Xander from Desert Vista High School in the Ahwatukee area. And first pitch swinging. This is down the first base line. Neve giving chase right on top of the dugout. And that young man is going to go chase it down. And unlike the Little League ballparks where you bring the foul ball back and get like a Slurpee or a snow cone or maybe even a hot dog, the young man is going to just have the fruits of victory of scoring that one. And will be disappointed when he realizes he has to bring it back. 1-1 count. Xander Rass, former Desert Vista Thunder. 1-1 pitch. Smacks that one foul. Heading back. Oh, probably 20, 30 feet away from my car. One-two pitch. Rass trying to get the best of Lucas Pakal. Pakal misses outside. Pakal's really just hit his spots and really worked a rising fastball that's kept the Coyotes in check. Haven't really been able to catch up. Aiden Krause with a good knock, and so far stifling. This one worked to the shortstop. Good play by Houston, and throws it over. 6-3 put out. Coyotes 3 up, 3 down. We go to the third. No score. Welcome you back, third inning. Want to give you a phonetic update for the Coyotes. Third baseman Garrett Geenan, not Greenan. Sometimes I want to buy a consonant and just add a letter. So thank you to the good people of Chandler Gilbert correcting me. And look, I'm human. We all make mistakes. Jack Carey working his way to the third inning. Fouled off as he faces Ilian Olmos, Dorian Buñuel, and Parker Husu. And if I sound like I'm out of breath, it's because I just try to run up a flight of stairs, which shows the amount of, or lack of, athletic shape I'm in. Carey, 1-1 pitch. Misses upstairs. Carey spotless through 2.
I'll tell you, Joe, I really like what I've seen from Jack Carey. I mean, he's been pretty consistent in this first part of the game.
2-1 pitch. That misses outside. And now it's Jack Carey who's going to have to bring it in. Ilian Olmos, no question. He's looking for something in his zip code, something he can handle. Let's see if Carey gives in. Stays outside, high fastball, and almost plenty of patience. First base runner of the game for the Matadors. As Dorian Buñuel checks in. Followed by Parker Huso. They show bunt. Matadors get it down. Carey almost lost his footing. But once again, great execution. And that's how the Matadors set the tone as almost goes to second base. Huso, and that's the top of the order. It's the little things that I truly believe win games. Offense comes and goes, but if you pitch, you play defense, you run the bases accordingly, you're going to have the opportunity to win games. Parker Huso, sacrifice 0 for 2 in that first game. RBI opportunity. And Carey will throw it back just to run the gamut of letting Olmos know he is watching him. Outfield, medium depth. Xanaras playing that 3-hole on the grass. That breaker is outside. 1-0 count. Javier Diaz, top of the order, coming up next. Diaz, a pesky first at bat. But first it's Huso. Huso thought about it. Saw Geenan probably a step or two back behind the third base bag and said, why not? Huso with good speed. 2-0 pitch. That misses upstairs, and now Jack Carey on the verge of back-to-back walks. Or 2 walks in the same frame. 3-0 pitch. And Huso. Tremendous patience. Now it's the Matadors making some noise. Game 1 yesterday, 16-10. Game 2, 12-9. Won today's first game, 10-1. And they're looking to come to town and get 4 wins. Coyotes looking to salvage the finale. And right now, Jack Carey all of a sudden having some control issues, and Gage Easton does what any good catcher should do right now. Settle your pitcher down. Right now, Jack Carey, you know, he's got all the emotions going, high energy. He's got runners on. Now the stress is building. And take your time, find yourself. Don't overthrow. Hit your spots. We'll be fine.
Well, and you know, so far the Coyotes have done a good job putting off the past 3 games, but there's something to be said about the 4th game here, last one against this team, especially over the weekend, and they want to look at this weekend and get a win, so there's definitely some pressure in this game for sure.
And that is a beautiful bender by Jack Carey. Locks up Diaz. Now a 1-1 count. Runners at first and second. This one lifted foul down the right field line. Just past the bullpen and into the dirt area in right field. Good crowd on hand for early spring baseball in the Arizona Community College Athletic Conference. 1-2 pitch, carry to Diaz. This one, backhand or forehand stab by Geenan. And they get the 6-4-3 double play. Diaz with tremendous speed, and it all starts with Garrett Geenan stabbing to his left, pulling it, the throw to second, and the great turn at first. Coyotes defensively come up big. We go to the bottom of the 3rd, and the Coyotes looking to swing it against right-hander Lucas Pical. So Lucas Pical untouched through 2. Now it's Jackson Reed looking to get the Coyotes jump-starting the offense here in the 3rd. Reed, Zane Coggins, followed by Aiden Krause. Pical has worked upstairs and well with that high fastball, and he has been around the plate just about every single pitch, just like Sergio Lugo in the first game, who threw 5 scoreless for the Matadors. And in junior college ball, if you get a starter who's going 5 and scoreless and not walking anyone, you've got yourself a gem. That's one. That's a player right there. It's got the potential to not just play D1 ball, but potentially get drafted as well. It's not all about speed. It's about spinning and location. And Sergio Lugo in that game, dynamic for the Matadors. And Gavin Hash was almost as good. 3 innings, only 1 run allowed. Jackson Reed with the 2-1 count. Outfield, medium depth. Infield, playing up the middle. Ooh, big cut by Jackson Reed. He was thinking about launching one deep up that right side, up Gilbert Road. Trying to make sure the ball landed by the Dairy Queen. And 2-2 pitch. That's fouled off. Chandler Gilbert, also a dog-friendly park. So if you want to bring your man's best friend here to catch a game, more than welcome. 2-2 pitch. Upstairs. Good take by Jackson Reed. Sometimes young hitters are anxious and they're going to chase one out of the zone, and Jackson Reed just dialed it in. 3-2 from Pical. That's fouled out of play. Jackson Reed peppering the outer park of the surroundings, making Pical work. Three in the books in this 4-game set, all in favor of the Matadors. 3-2 pitch. This one lifted left center. Coming in, the left fielder Angulo. Houston going back, and Houston with a grab on the short pop-up. Zane Coggins checking in. And I don't know if 9 to 5 by Dolly Parton is Zane Coggins' walk-up song. Something tells me it's not. I think that was a joke in a big way. And his mom, who's right next to me, is saying, absolutely. Oh, I found out that's Jackson Reed's walk-up song. It's 9 to 5. And I'm going to have to get an explanation at some point, because no way in this universe was Jackson Reed born in the age of when that song came out in the mid-'80s. But you know what? The power of the internet and Google and Napster and every other musical formats out there, you can touch any age. So whether it be Dolly or Elvis or the Beatles.
Dolly's making a comeback.
Yes, Coggins. Outside. And I've been informed, if I'm correct, Zane Coggins and Aiden Krause are cousins. Oh, I've been corrected on that. Zane goes down swinging. So now it's Aiden Krause checking in. Krause signaled his first time up, stole a couple bags. He's got 3 stolen bases in the last 2 games, so he's just terrorizing the base path. Outfield respecting his power. Krause can put a jolt into him. Talked to his mom between games. He's been working out, hitting the weights, and lifts this one to left field, and that's going to the fence. Off the fence from Krause. And Aiden once again just terrorizing the baseball. And young man, early stages of this one, he is locked in. And that right there, Matt, let me tell you, down the line's about 340. That's probably about, 340 on a line. He gets under it just a little bit, it might hit that house in left field.
Yeah.
So Krause continues his onslaught. Yeah, 2 hits in the first game, 2 hits in this one.
Impressive performance from Aiden Krause today.
Jeremy Kuiper struck out his first time up. Change of speeds, locks him up for strike 1. Two outs here in the third. Coyotes looking for what they've needed in the first game.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Jeremy Kuiper actually hit a home run in one of last night's games, as we were told by one of the players. So he definitely has the power.
This one is launched to left, and Jeremy Kuiper comes up big. And the Coyotes get a 2-out base knock, and Kuiper, RBI, drives in Aiden Krause, and the Coyotes with the 1-0 lead. And we talked about it. This team needed to get some clutch contact going, and
yeah,
Aiden Krause, 2-out double, continues his early rampage, and Kuiper, bullet to left. Now it's Ben Lovering.
Yeah, and Aiden Cross has really led the march. I mean, he's been consistent all game, the game before that as well, and really has led the march for the team here, starting this lead and what they're taking now at home.
So Paulo Hutchison is saying 9 to 5 is a great walk-up song, and I don't think Paulo Hutchison ever played baseball if he thinks 9 to 5 is a great walk-up song. Now I know he's listening because he'll rifle off like 5 texts in a row to respond to what I just said. And Pascal with the bender upstairs, and Lovering goes down, but the Coyotes, they capitalize, couple base hits, and Kuiper, the hero, with the 2-out single, scoring Kraus. Coyotes going in the 4th with a 1-0 lead. Fourth inning, Nathan Houston's stepping in. Houston up against Jack Carey so far. Thunder Jack, 3 scoreless, answering the bell for the Coyotes in the nightcap after the squad lost the first game of the Twin Bill 10-1. Carey got into a little bit of a pickle in that last inning. Worked a couple walks and worked his way out of it as he managed to get a double play on the great play by Greenan on the 5-3. Make that the 5-4-3 double play. And now he's out here in the 4th, ripping and roaring with a 1-2 count on Nathan Houston. Outfield, medium depth. Houston, Scott Pop. Bender, and that locks up Houston. What an impressive pitch by Jack Carey. JC pulls the string, and Houston going back to the bench and shuffling the batting gloves in disgust. Now it's Luca Horger. Struck out his first time up. This one skied out of play. Just off the road, off the first base side. I've been informed that it did not hit my car. That's a good thing. Orger comes back and tries to spin a curveball that evens the count at 1 apiece. Andres Ontiveros swinging the lumber on deck. And how about Jack Carey takes something off and dazzles the inside part of the dish. 1-2 count. Jack Carey comes back with a fastball and just misses low. And now all of a sudden, Jack Carey's got that confidence popping again. Lost a little bit in that third, but now he's got a little pep in his step, and he's firing and hitting the plate, and that dials up Horger for the second out. Jack Carey dialing up the strikeouts. Now number 4 as Ontiveros checks in.
And you gotta love a player who can shake off a lull and come back strong and just start dominating.
Ontiveros. He's got some pop, as well as Bronson Neve, who's on deck. Ontiveros with a healthy hack, and so far, Ontiveros, he's got a walk, but he's reached base the last 2 games, getting hit by 3 pitches. Oh, and Ontiveros lifts one to center, just got under it. Hayden Kraus under it, and how about the 1-2-3 effort by Jack Carey? Thunder Jack sitting him down, and Coyotes will swing it with a 1-0 lead heading to the 4th. Bottom of the 4th. Coyotes, Gage Easton at the plate. Coyotes trying to manufacture some more runs. Only 2 runs so far through 10 innings in these last 2 games against Arizona Western. This one ripped to the left side and a bad hop, and that eats up Diaz, and Easton will get a bad hop base hit. And that's a good start for the Coyotes against Lucas Pakal, who's pitched solid. Young man from Czechoslovakia who's found a home across the world. And that, his story right there is a great one. Here's a young man throwing the other side of the world, and now he's in America with an opportunity to better his life.
Yeah.
Going to school and playing baseball and playing for a top D1 junior college program. Never know what it could lead to. Mandina. Trey, a promising freshman year, hit over 300. Grounded out to short his first time up. And Trey has got a fan base among his fellow Chandler Gilbert athletes. And that's tremendous to see. Well-spoken young man, always came around the different athletic events in the fall, whether it be volleyball or soccer. Trey Mandina, he's a man of the people. Last I checked, if he was running for office here on campus, he'd have a good shot. And meanwhile, he's helping his constituency by lacing a base knock to left. So great effort by Trey Mandina, and now the Coyotes have got some lumber going. Good to see. And Garrett Geenan stepping in. And you can't stress enough how big Garrett Geenan's play was in the third on the moving stab to his left and starting that 5-4-3 double play that killed a potential inning for the Matadors. Now Geenan with an opportunity to stick some trouble into the Matadors. Runners at second and first. Something tells me a 1-0 lead is not going to be enough against the Matadors, who have put up double digits in all 3 wins. Small ball by Geenan. He can't get the bunt down. High fastball. That one he's just pulled off. But I love the thought and effort. Coyotes in a game where the hits are scarce, trying to manufacture, and sometimes that's the best way to go. Easton in second, Mandine in first. Geenan, 0-1 count against Pascal. Showing bunt again. Gets it down, a beauty. Pascal's got to field his position. Double pumps for his split second and just gets Geenan. A little bit of a hesitation on the throw, and then rifles it over, but excellent execution. And you don't see it, but at the end of the day, if you have the box score up on the refrigerator at home, you have a gold star on it for Geenan on that execution right there. So now it's Xander Rass stepping in. Xander an opportunity, he skies one, and this one might drop. And they're gonna hold the runner at third on the great running catch by Parker Huso. Looked like Parker Huso and Luca Horger were gonna converge, and Huso cut him off, and it looked like Horger had the better angle because he's coming straight away from center field, but Horger took it off, and he was shallow enough that kept the runner Easton at third base. So now it's up to Jackson Reed. Popped to short his first time up. Cal took just a little off. He's spinning it well. Good tight fastball. Around the zone just about every single pitch. Goes upstairs, and I think caught Reed a little off balance. And once again, just like Lugo, no walks for Pical in this one. 0-2 pitch to Jackson Reed. Tails outside, 1-2. Zane Coggins on deck. Coyotes got the big 2-out base knock from Kuiper in the third. They'd love to tack on with another clutch contact here in the fourth. And this one is a laser down the right field line. It'll bounce off the fencing and into fair territory, and Huso will track it down. Pical was trying to go to the well, trying to get that bender to break inside and maybe get Reed off balance. Now he's got a 1-2 count. Does he go upstairs and try to get Reed to chase, or try to bust him down low with the same pitch? 1-2. Instead, he takes something off, and Reed lays off. Low for ball 2. Jackson Reed, opportunity in game 2 of the Twin Bill. Getting plenty of support from his teammates. This one skied straight up, and Nathan Houston's going to call for it, and Houston with the grab, and an opportunity for the Coyotes go by the wayside. They strand a couple runners on a couple base hits. We go to the fifth. We are flying at Chandler Gilbert. 1-0 Coyotes.
It's been a wreck, mean week. busting it up for a couple of bucks, but it ain't no thing. Just another day till I'm on my way to them cool sheets. And you and me working on the night shift, baby. Dying for your touch like crazy. Racking up the overtime hours, loving how we're working on the night shift, baby. Gonna rock it right, no need to talk. I know what you want and what you like, 'cause I do too. Yeah, I love how you leave on the lights. Not a thing between you and me, and it feels so nice when you and I are working on the night shift, baby. Dying for your touch like crazy. Racking up the overtime hours, loving how we're working on the night shift, baby.
Jack Carey, a man on a mission. 4 innings, no runs allowed. Now he faces the ever so deadly Bronson Neve, Luis Angulo, and Elian Olmos. Jack Carey, last inning, couple strikeouts. And starts Neve with a fastball across the belt. He's only been in trouble in 1 inning, and that was in that third. Surrendered a couple walks, and this one is sky to center. Kraus tracking it down, and Aiden tracks it in. First out. And how about the execution by Jack Carey? Couple pitches, boom. Bronson Neve setting him down. Now, if Carey can get through this 1, 2, 3, in the 6th, he'll have 8, 9, and 1, then 2, 3, and 4. So he's going to have to face the heart of the order yet again if he's going to go the distance. And right now, there's no activity in the bullpen, so Coach Turk is going to ride the young man out of Denver, Colorado, to lead them to the promised land and lead them to victory number 1. That's tails outside. Jack Carey from Regis Jesuit High School in Denver, Colorado. Probably another young man who said, you know what, I've seen enough snow for a lifetime. I need some warm weather. I got to defrost. And they checked with the first base umpire on the swing, and umpire said he did not go. 2-1 count. Rass on the infield grass. And Carey comes right back with a fastball that buzzes the belt. Even at 2 apiece. Oh, and Carey with the big time bender. And Angulo's got nothing and likes it. Going back to the bench. Carey sizzling. Now with 5 strikeouts. Elian almost checks in. Walked his first time up. And almost in that first at bat showed a lot of patience. Carey was off the dish a little bit. Coming high and tight with that fastball. Wasn't attacking. And now it's Carey's back in attack mode. He's just like, if you're going to beat me, you're going to beat me. But you're going to beat me with my best stuff. Mm-hmm. And right there, Carey sets the tone with that fastball. And then on the second pitch, tries to get almost a chase. So now a 1-1 count. Almost worked that walk in the third. And Carey comes back with something nasty on the corner. Almost can't catch up. Jack Carey dialing up the goodness. 1-2 count. Oh, comes back with a bender and just off the mark, and you know Carey wanted it. He was stepping off and was plotting the 6th inning, going to the dugout. Instead, he's going to have to delay the celebration on the end of the frame. 2-2 pitch. And this time, dials him up yet again. Jack Carey dialing up the strikeouts. Now with the 6th spot. And the Coyotes with a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the 5th. So we're going to the bottom of the 5th. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of this one. Zane Coggins, Aiden Krause, and Jeremy Kuiper to start things off here in the 5th. Zane struck out his first time up. Coyotes clinging to a 1-0 lead on the heroics of the tall, cool one, Jack Carey. Carey has been spectacular. And now we're getting to a point when we look at this one, and I don't want to give anything away just yet, but as this one's skied to the right side, Bronson Neeb going back, and Neeb showing his athleticism, tracking it down. 1 pitch, 1 out. I don't want to give up anything quite yet, but right now, Jack Carey has an opportunity to make history here. That's just a little hint. I'll give you more as he gets back on the rubber. Aiden Krause, sizzling, singled, doubled. It's been a threat on the base path and lays off the pitch upstairs. Talking to his mom a short time ago, off season, Aiden hit it hard. Grinded, and early season, you can tell he's on a mission to do some good things. Of course, baseball is such a game of attrition. One day you can feel great at the plate. Next day you can feel great at the plate and don't get the same results. You can go 0 for 4 and don't hit the ball well. Sometimes you run into a gauntlet of great pitching, but right now, this one is skied back. Aiden Krause is playing pepper around the field. And we're not talking just little bloops. We're talking young man's hitting some rockets around the field. 2-1 pitch. And Aiden Krause just gets under this one. Nathan Houston, who's been very busy. Quickly, 2 outs. And Lucas Pical, has been almost as good as Jack Carey, only 1 run surrendered. Young man from Czechoslovakia. Out here, he's dealing. It's like, look, I did great things in baseball in my country, and I'm going to do them over here in America. And this one ripped down the left field line. And there's activity in the Coyotes bullpen. After this pitch, I'll give you a number and see who's getting loose. This one skied out of play down the first base side. So right-hander working the Coyotes pen. And this one is driven left field, going back. Angulo at the track and tracks it down. Kuiper gave it a ride, but Mother Nature also helping to keep that one in. Coyotes 3 up, 3 down. We go to the top of the 6th. Jack Carey has been tremendous. He won't step in. There'll be a pitching change. And stepping in, Camden Clarkson, the right-hander from Desert Ridge, leading the charge here in the top of the 6th. So now we are blasting out the AC/DC, and nothing with a little power rock on the home turf for the Coyotes. And now it's Camden Clarkson, former pitcher at Desert Ridge High School out in Mesa, off the 2-0-2. Young man given a 1-0 lead, courtesy of the great outing by Jack Carey. How good was Jack Carey? Okay. 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, no hits.
Wow.
So you got to wonder if this game was maybe somewhere down the road. Would Coach Turk let him continue on? But in the meantime, it's a long season. Got to keep your arms fresh. Oh, and how about that? Clarkson breaks off the bender, thought he had it. Goes to 2-1. Bunal, the high chopper to third base. The great pick at third and the flip. Dazzling play at third base by Garrett Geenan. And we saw that great stab he made in the third, starting that crucial double play that got Carey out of an inning and starts this one with the great pick on the in-between hop. Never an easy play. Parker Husu checking in. Walked his first time up. Thought about it. Goes back to the top of the order. Javier Diaz, the pesky Diaz on deck. And Clarkson buzzes one. Evens the count at 1 apiece. Coyotes next Friday will take on the ACU Junior Varsity squad. And then they'll host Eastern Arizona Tuesday, February 4th. Of course, Coyotes baseball, softball, open to the public. We'd love to see you. Come on down. And pop-up corralled by Coggins. Nathan Houston checking in, over 2 in this one. Or I should say, we are back to Javier Diaz. Nathan Houston's on deck after Husu popped out. Diaz will work a pitcher and then some. And Clarkson starts him with a bender that connects. And what you've really liked in this game, if you're a Coyotes fan, is Carey and now Clarkson getting ahead in the count. Paramount for any pitcher. I don't care if you're a starter, middle reliever who's got to just get one out. That's how you win games. And that one is flying as Diaz lost the handle. So Diaz fooled on that pitch and now quickly goes to 0-2. Coyotes in the bottom of the sixth will have Lovering, Easton, and Mandina. 0-2 pitch. This one scores. Oh, how about the leather at third base? Garrett Keenan, glove me tender. Another fantastic play to end the sixth inning. Coyotes, the fan base, with a big round of applause for Keenan as they close out with a defensive gem. Now they go to work offensively with a 1-0 lead. Bottom of the sixth, new pitcher, Paul Medina from the Dominican Republic, following Lucas Pical, who is from the Czech Republic. So this Arizona Western team, led by veteran coach Drew Keene and Zeke Mitchum, spanning the globe for great players. And they are landing them. So we've got a pitch hitter for the Coyotes. Number 31 stepping in, DJ Barrett. And Barrett, if I'm correct, last year was trying to pitch on this team, and now he's becoming a position player and an outfielder for this team. And Drew Barrett can stick it. Young man came up last year and showed some promise. And he's going to have the opportunity to show what he can do. Coyotes with a 1-0 lead. Looking for more. And that's a broken bat right there. Off the handle, you can hear the crack as Barrett flies out. Gage Easton checking in. And as we mentioned on the Chandler Gilbert telecast, we are a dog-friendly park. Dog-friendly park here at Chandler Gilbert. Bring your dogs anytime you want. Just clean up. And for you dogs out there, clean up after your humans as well. Sometimes they're not courteous. And that's upstairs. Easton with a singles last time up. Also popped right field. Fast-flowing game. Paul Medina, right-hander. Got some movement. He's got some velocity. Of course, Coyotes. And that one just almost takes Easton out. Turned his back and spun out of the way. Now a conversation for Medina with his catcher, Ilian Olmos. A 1-0 Coyotes lead. Offense on both sides, not a lot. Sprayed here and there. 3-0 pitch. And Easton works a 1-out walk. Here comes Trey Medina. 1 for 2 on the day. Singled his last time up. Gage Easton. In the course of the season, we'll find out if he's got some wheels. Fastball, sizzling, middle of the plate. Easton, modest lead. Ooh, Medina took a little off. Handcuffed. Medina on that pitch. Tight inside, and I think it's going to be hard and something off the top of the plate, and instead it's, and Medina comes back with the same pitch. And Medina goes down. Here's Garrett Geenan, who's been flat out fabulous with the glove work at third base. He is sticking it all over the place. 0 for 1 in this one. Sack bunt his last time up. Got it down. And you got to wonder right now, as Medina almost throws it away, if the Coyotes could potentially hit and run here. If Geenan can handle the bat well, why not? You're only up 1. Struggling offensively, trying to make something happen. Modest lead by Easton. And Medina, you can tell his MO is right-handed batters, power the ball on the inside part of the plate. Outfield. Playing Geenan deep. That one bounces off the turf. Kind of a rubber turf on that surface of home plate. Not true dirt, which is great because it's easy to take care of. Modest lead by Easton at first. Now the sun's come back out. Could be difficult for the outfielders. Oh, the second base umpire calls a pitch violation on Medina, saying he used just a little bit too much time. Now you got to wonder for Paul Medina if that doesn't get in his head. Sometimes a pitcher, it's like a great golfer having a great round, and they miss a putt here and there, they shank a drive, and all of a sudden it's in their head and then they can't hit a shot. So for Medina, let's see how he plays off that call.
Yeah.
Opportunity for Geenan with a 2-1 count. He's got the whole right side to work with. And Medina continues to bust inside, and Geenan, great patience. Geenan's so special with a glove. He's probably saved about 2 or 3 runs today with his defense alone, and now he's got an opportunity, maybe shoot one in the gap and bring Gage Easton home. And Medina fires a bullet over to first base, getting Easton dirty, making him earn that dust on that trek back to first base. 3-1 count. Second baseman trailing right by second base, and oh, Nathan Houston, so good in this game. That time a little bit of an Olay, did not get down on the backhand, and that's going to be a E6, but it opens up the opportunity. Xander Rass checking in. they're going to give Geenan a base hit. So we're going to give Geenan a base hit too. And now head coach is coming out in Drew Keene. He's going to talk some things over with his infield defense, what to look for, what to expect. And maybe in some cases for Paul Medina just to lock him in a little bit, saying, look, it's all good. We've got your back. Throw with confidence. Continue to do what you do. Because for Paul Medina, that was a play Houston could have made.
Mm-hmm.
If he gets lower, he potentially makes that flip over to second base, and they're out of the inning. For the Coyotes, oh, how they'd love to get a base hit right now. Contact with runners in scoring position. Been hard to find for Chandler Gilbert. But they got an opportunity to pad the lead. Coming up. That one misses outside for the Matadors. Nathan Houston, Luca Horger, and Andres Ontiveros, followed by Bronson Neves. So Coyotes are going to pull this one out. They're going to go through the gauntlet of the Matadors lineup. 1-0 count. Fastball misses inside. Diaz refuses to give in and allow the Coyotes to extend their arms. Two-0 pitch. This one scorched down the left field line. Goes 2-1. Easton and Geenan on the base path. Two-one count. Shot in the gap would score two. Xander. Slow tapper. That time late on the swing and just got a piece of it. Coyotes looking for that first win under their new head coach. Jimmy Turk coming over after a 4-year stint. And Medina closes the door on Xander Rass. So now it's up to Camden Clarkson. Dazzling in the 6th. Can he be dazzling and own it in the 7th? Answers and pictures coming up next on the Chandler Gilbert Sports Network.
With the trap move, gangland with the right
So here we go. Top of the 7th, and Camden Clarkson, who threw a dazzling 6th inning, he will not close this out. Coach Turk going to his left-hander in Brady Booth, a freshman lefty from Chaparral High School. He's got the opportunity. He's going to have to go through the gauntlet, starting with Nathan Houston. And this one launched to center. Kraus. And Kraus loses it, and Nathan Houston's going to walk into second base, and not a good start on the hard hit ball. And Hayden might have just misplayed it, lost it in the sunlight, but needs to say one of two things: better jump or play it off the one hop. Instead, it's now the Matadors have the tying run on. And we know how good they are playing situational baseball. And Luca Herger, who had a sacrifice in the first game. Horger at the dish. And he is showing it immediately, no hesitation. And was trying to work it down that third base side, because if he works it on the third base side, he's forcing Brady Booth to field it. And if Booth takes a bad angle, Horger's going to work to first base, and needs to say, Nathan Houston's going to walk into third. So we'll see how the Coyotes play this one out. Horger's committing himself. It's all about moving up 90 feet. And lays off of it, goes to 1-1. So Coach Keene, we saw him play situational baseball and come up big in the first game. Now an opportunity with the tying run at second base. Nathan Houston getting chased back. Brady Booth on the fake throw over. Geenan, even with the bag at third, also has to protect for the runner coming down, and that's upstairs. Ontiveros on deck. And now Luca Horger is really in a good situation. He's laid off a couple bad pitches, worked the count in his favor. Now Brady Booth has got to dial it in and find the zip code. 2-1 pitch. And Brady Booth doesn't give in. Takes a little off. Horger swings right through it. So now Brady Booth in a good situation. Horger's going to have to protect the plate with a runner at second. Lays off. Tremendous layoff pitch right there. It's across the zone, just low inside. 3-2. Runner at second, Nathan Houston. And this one is sky to left. Left fielder is going back, and Nathan Houston tagging, and the bang bang play, and they are gonna get him at third base. What a throw in left field. Jeremy Kuiper with the laser guns down Nathan Houston. Bang bang play, and the Coyotes leather comes up big here in the top of the 7th. Now it comes down to Ontiveros. And Coach Turk brought Brady Booth in for maybe this matchup, lefty versus lefty. Booth with a chance to give the Coyotes the first victory of the season. Comes up with a slow curve, dazzling across the plate for strike one. Coyotes Nation on hand, ready to explode for the Coyotes' first win of the year. Count even at 1 apiece. On deck, the ever so dangerous Bronson Neve. And if you're Brady Booth right now, Ontiveros is the one you want to get out. And this one popped up. Shallow infield. Someone's got to call it, and it drops. And the Matadors have got life as Ontiveros with the seeing eye ugly single that drops in. Now it's Bronson Neve who put on a batting display in the first game. 3 hits and also lined out to right field. Booth comes high and tight. And Neve, he's got the green light all the way. Now Coach Keene is that one, and he gives Ontiveros 90 feet by Booth, just missing out of the zone. And I was just going to say, you got to figure Ontiveros doesn't look very fast, Matt, so you figure maybe a pinch runner for him, because if Neve hits the gap, well, a speedy runner is going to score, but Ontiveros, maybe not so. But now he's at second base, a gap shot. This game's tied up, so Brady Booth has got to be very gentle right here. Ooh, slow curve, and Neve, patience. I'm impressed what I've seen from Bronson Neve in the last 2 games. Knows his strike zone very well. 2-1 count with Angulo on deck. And Brady Booth not taking any chances, trying to get Neve to chase out of the zone, and we probably can expect some of the same, or maybe busting him inside, seeing if Neve will chase. 3-1 pitch, tying run at second base. And this one scorched to right center. Ontiveros will turn the corner, and Ontiveros will score, and Bronson Neve comes up big, and the Matadors have tied it at 1 in the top of the 7th. And that right there, we kind of talked about, you know, Bronson Neve so dangerous, and you know Booth, that's not where that location wanted. He wanted to get him to chase out of the zone, left it 2 up in the heart of the plate, and Bronson Neve, too good of a hitter, and just ripped a laser to right center. Now we're tied up, and Neve is a good athlete. Can't fall asleep at him at first base, as that he could potentially take second, and all of a sudden the Matadors have the winning run at second base. And Gulu, who had a big night, 4 RBIs in one of the games, also homered, I believe. And as we talked about right there, Bronson Neve steals second base. So right now, Coyotes have to dial it in just a little bit. It's almost as if their hearts left their bodies on the Bronson Neve base hit, but still more ball to be played. Played out, played strong, and played smart and fast. 1-1 pitch. That one sprayed down the third base side. A little cue ball. The Matadors held scoreless all the way until the 7th. And Bronson Neve tying it. The base knock to right field, driving in Ontiveros. And Brady Booth with the slow bender, and that almost locked up Angulo, who just got a piece to foul it off. Angulo, 0 for 2. He's bounced into a double play and is struck out, with an opportunity to give the Matadors a lead. And this one is roped down the right field line, and that's about 10 feet foul of giving the Matadors a lead. Top 7, we've got drama. Matadors answering. One count. And this one sprayed the other way. Bronson Neve will turn the corner. Neve on his way, and the Matadors take the lead. And the throw goes away. The throw down to second, and they get Angulo, but Angulo comes up big with the RBI base knock, and the Matadors trailing all the way until the 7th. Bronson Neve followed by Angulo, and the Matadors now take a 2-1 lead going into the bottom of the 7th. Last chance opportunities for the Coyotes on home turf. And it's coming up next on the Chandler Gilbert Sports Network. So we go to the bottom of the 7th, and correction on my part, I've been corrected on this. Second game of a twin bill, we go 9. So apologize to all the fans out there. So the Coyotes, plenty of time. But the Matadors, no question, they've got some life, taking the 2-1 lead, getting 2 in the 7th. Jackson Reed, Zane Coggins, followed by Aiden Krause. And that is a great bump by Jackson Reed. He's walking down. Tremendous start. And I love the fact that Jackson Reed saw the third baseman, Javier Diaz, playing back and trusted himself enough to lay one down. Now coming up, Bo DeWitt checking in. Bo got the start in the first game. Bo was 0 for 3 in that contest, and maybe it's an opportunity to move the runner. Was thinking just that as Medina throws high and outside for ball 1. And we're just making sure that Medina is still on the hill. And this is Isaac Camacho. Camacho, one-hander, and Camacho, he jumps off and fires a rocket over. So that's Isaac Camacho, a right-hander now in the game. He is from Cartagena, Colombia. Went to Life Prep Academy, 6'1", 230. And Isaac Camacho can flat out bring some gas, just like we've seen out of the pen with Paul Medina just a short time ago. So the bunt is delivered by Bo DeWitt. Moves the runner to second base. Aiden Krause at the dish. 2 for 3 and also popped to short. Coyotes now chasing the game. 2-1. Throw back to second base, and Reed works his way back in. Aiden so good at spraying the field. He's got that whole right side. Little cue ball, and he'll walk to first base. Isaac Camacho, 1-0 count. He can buzz it. And that one's upstairs. And now the catcher calls a timeout to kind of regroup him. Jimmy Turk and his team. Turk in the first year of his new tenure here at Chandler Gilbert. Spent the last 4 years as an assistant coach. Oral Roberts also was an assistant coach at South Mountain, a scout for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays as well. So well versed. And now he's leading the show for Chandler Gilbert. Aiden Krause, opportunity to be a hero right here. Team trailing 2-1. Isaac Camacho throwing back down. So we've seen Arizona Western just dial the globe. Pikal, a starter from Czech Republic. Medina from the Dominican Republic, and now Isaac Camacho, also from outside the states, from Colombia. Arizona Western using all their resources accordingly. Krause lays off a tough pitch. Goes to 3-1. Jeremy Kuiper on deck. Kuiper with the RBI in the third to put the Coyotes up front. Great at bat by Aiden Krause. So runners at first and second. Here comes Kuiper. Struck out, RBI single in the third. Popped to left in the fifth. And now a pitching change for the Matadors. We'll take a short timeout. Matadors regrouping, and the Coyotes on the prowl, trying to tie this one up in the 7th. So the Coyotes talk things over. The Matadors talk things over. And as of now, Isaac Camacho remains on the hill. And Jeremy Kuiper, who has the Coyotes' lone RBI in this gun, has a chance to tie this one up. 1-0 count. That one scorched down the left field line. Coyotes with 6 hits in this one. Couple walks, 5 strikeouts. The Matadors have done a really good job of not issuing any free passes. It's winning baseball right there. 1-1 count. Isaac Camacho. And Camacho will throw over. Camacho from Columbia. Tall right-hander, can bring the gas. Right now, Coach Keene just wants him to find the strike zone. 1-1 pitch. That's off the plate. And no question, Camacho's got electric stuff. That fastball is dazzling, but right now, it's about poised for him right now to stay in the bump. There is plenty of activity in the Matadors bullpen. 2-1 pitch. This one laced. Oh, what a play on the left side. Diaz. And they turn it. And the Coyotes can't believe it. Javier Diaz with the stab. Robbing Kuiper. 5-4-3 double play. And we go to the 8th inning, and just a tremendous play by Javier Diaz. A 2-1 Matadors lead going to the 8th. New pitcher for the Coyotes, Rowan Robinson, tall right-hander. And he's going to go right at this Matadors lineup. Elian Olmos, Dorian Buenal, and Parker Huso. Matadors with a 1-run lead. Great pitching on both sides. Playoff atmosphere in this one. Coyotes looking for that first win of the year. Looked like they had it, but Booth surrendered a couple runs in the top of the 7th. And that one heads to the netting on the visitor's side. And all of a sudden it's getting a little nippy out here.
Yes, it is.
Mother Nature waving her wicked wand of destruction. I am now back to 3 layers with the ski hat on. I'm not afraid. If I got to wear the ski hat, I'm going to wear that thing with pride. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm from New York City originally. I could handle the cold weather, but those days are done. I am as soft as tissue paper. I'll be the first to admit. Right now, the Coyotes looking to remain strong as temperatures are dipping. 0-2 count on Olmos from Rowan Robinson. And that misses inside. 1-2 pitch. Sun not really a factor right now, kind of hazy. Afternoon hours. And tough pitch laid off by Olmos. Coyotes Nation wanted that rung up. 2-2 pitch. Bender, that goes outside. Robinson, now 3-2. Coyotes with a run in the 3rd. Matadors with 2 in the 7th. This one is launched to Mars. Wind's picking it up and tracked down. Good play by the shortstop. Zane Coggins dials it in. Gonna make sure that it's still Zane. Now that's Bo DeWitt at shortstop. Came in to pinch hit. So the first out of the inning. As Dorian Buenal checks in. Sack bunt and grounded to 3rd. Robinson. Big wind up, dials up a strike. 1-1 count. No question, this has the feeling of playoff baseball right here. Well-pitched game, small ball, big time contact and clutch situations. Now the Coyotes looking to get to their home half and rally and potentially take the lead. But it starts with R squared on the mound. Can't afford to lose Buenal on the lower half of the order. And a good at bat, patience. Buenal gets the walk as Parker Huso comes up. And then it goes back to the top of the order with the ever so pesky Javier Diaz. And so far, Diaz has made the play of the game. In that last frame, the bottom of the 7th, great stab on that 6-4-3 put out. No question, Jackson Reed would have scored, and Krause and Kuiper would have been most likely in a 1st and 3rd situation. With Drew Barrett coming up. It's the little things. Defense does matter. Station to station baseball does matter. Parker Huso. Runners going, good jump. And that's going to be a clean situation for the Matadors. Bunal takes second base, and now opportunity for the Matadors to tack on another. We started at 12, and now we're almost 5 hours in. First game goes 7, next game goes 9. Yes, I needed the refresher course reminder on that. Huso, 2-0 count. Outfield playing medium depth. Now tails outside. Three and 0 with Diaz on deck. Oh, that fastball sizzles across the belt. Goes to 3-1. But of course, Huso was going to be in a situation where he was going to make Robinson throw a strike. So now he's going to be in an all-out assault if it's a good pitch to hit. 3-1 pitch. Bouncer right side. And that gets away from Xander Rass. Actually, a change there defensively for the Coyotes at second base. That's Brian Kenny back in at second base. So an E on Kenny, and that's a situation right there as Kenny just didn't get in front of the ball. He's trying to play the ball off the side. Took his eye off of it, and now it's runners at first and third. And Javier Diaz takes a slow bender, and you got to wonder, Parker Huso, just a matter of time before he's on his way to second base. Coach Key might play it safe because he's got his top of his lineup up. There's no hesitation. Bouncer left side, and that gets through. And the execution, and Diaz comes up big. And the error is going to haunt the Coyotes. Instead of getting a second out, now they have runners in first and second as Diaz delivers the RBI single. Now 3-1. And now it's the heart of the order. Nathan Houston, Luca Orger, and Anaberos, followed by the ever so tough Bronson Neve. We kind of talked about it, Matt, with you play a team like Arizona Western, you can only keep your finger in the dike so long. You got to be able to capitalize. You got to play clean. You give them opportunities. It's just too good. They play too good of situational baseball. They'll find ways, and you help them. You make it that much easier.
Well, I think we've seen, especially in the last innings, they really know how to execute, stay consistent.
And a tremendous turn by the Coyotes. 5-4-3 as Brian Kenny gets tangled up with Diaz at second base. We'll go to the bottom of the eighth. Matadors tack on another. They now lead 3-1. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. New pitcher for the Matadors. Coach Keene working his bullpen and then some. Adam Schmidgall, a right-hander from Gila Ridge out of Yuma, Arizona, a sophomore. And this one laced to the left side. And the throw over by Houston, retiring Drew Barrett. Now checking in, it's Gage Easton. 1 for 2 with a walk. Coyotes trailing this one after leading. Had the lead going into the 7th and could not nail it down. That misses outside. Coyotes need some base runners as they're trailing this one by 2. The Matadors with all kinds of momentum. This one's sky to right. Tough play. Right fielder giving chase. Huso goes a long way. Not an easy play. He's got a little bit of that sun setting on that west side right in his eyelids, but dialed it in. And once again, Matt, we've talked about this. Arizona Western, one of the premier teams in D1, they're showing you why.
Yeah.
They play clean. They play clean, they play sound, they play good fundamental baseball. They do not hurt themselves.
No, great execution and hustled all the way through. You know, they're 4 games in here this weekend in Chandler, and they're still hustling. They're going for every ball and playing hard.
And you can tell when they got the game-tying base knock by Bronson Neve, or actually the go-ahead shot by Bronson Neve. He had the fist pump at second base. They want this game. They want to pull off the sweep.
Yeah.
There's no letdown. They're like, there's no satisfaction of taking 3 games and losing the finale. They want all.
Yep.
They want every win. Mandina checking in. 1 for 3. Starting catcher for the Coyotes now playing a little first base in this one. Oh, this one is stroked. Deep left field. Going back is the center fielder, and the great running grab by Luca Horger. And that'll do it. Mandina gave it a ride, but Horger fast tracks it down. We go to the 9th, and we are chasing 2. Matadors leading the Coyotes by the count of 3-1.
I'm passing them out now, and you can't have that. Hit my chain, 2 can't Sam that. Tropical colors, you can't match that. Gotta be abstract. You catch my girl legs open, better smash that. Don't be surprised if she asks where the cash at. I see she wearing them jeans that show her butt crack. My girls can't wear that. Why? That's where my stash at. I put my mat down. That's where you lack at. She need a candle lit, and I'ma wax that. I rekindled the flame. She remembered the name. His Weezy baby, January, December the same. Mama, give me that brain. Mama, give me that good. Cause I'm the fireman. You hear the fire truck. I'm the fireman. Fire for fireman. I got that fire. I'm hollering. I got that fire coming. Try me. And you can spark it up and I'ma put you out. You can spark it up and I'ma put you out. Fresh on campus, it's the Birdman Jr. Money too long, teachers put away your rulers. Brought tune, not a cartoon. No shirt, tattoos, and some ball wounds. I'm hot, but the car cool. She wet, that's a carpool. Been in that water since a youngin', you just shark food. Quick draw McGraw, I went to art school. Yeah, the lights is bright, but I got a sharp fuse. Don't snooze, been handling the game so long, my thumb's bruised. Your new girlfriend is old news.
We go to the last inning. Leighton Daly, the new Coyotes pitcher. Following Robinson, Coyotes now their 5th pitcher of the day as they hope Daly can dial it in. And he'll face Luca Horger, who made that great catch in left center to end the 8th. And this one's just too easy. That's just a bit outside. It's kind of just put on the plate for me, right? It's just right there. So Daly misses outside, but he wants to dial it in because can't afford to give Matadors any breathing room, and not a good start as Horger gets hit by the pitch. Ontiveros. He came up with the game-tying single in the 7th. And Bronson Nee followed what the go-ahead single. Daly looking the runner at first. Houston's going. This one's ripped to right. Little hit and run action, and Houston's on his way to third base. He'll stand up, and the great fundamental baseball by Arizona Western pays off yet again. Houston also had to look back because that ball was laced in his Valleywick, and luckily he had a couple of steps on the base path. Ontiveros heating up as this game has gone on. Now runners at first and third. Bronson Neve, 3 hits in the first game. Go-ahead RBI single in this one. Can't stress enough, Leighton Daly has to be very careful. Daly misses outside. Daly from Cedar Park Christian High School in Woodinville, Washington. Now the young man looking to escape the cold weather. And once again, it's the Coyotes trapped by the Jedi mind tricks of the Arizona Western squad. Delayed steal, and now they've got runners at second and third with no outs. They were hoping to get the runner to run down to get Horger to come down, but now it's even better. Both runners are in scoring position. If you're Bronson Neve, well, we know you can hit. Can also put one down, and he's fast. He's an athlete.
Yep.
Infield in. Coyotes can't afford to give up another run. Leighton Daly, 1-0 count. Missed outside on the first pitch. Fastball, same location. This time, dots it. 1-1. Good energy. Good fan base from Yuma made the trek here. They're rooting for the Matadors. Of course, Coyotes Nation here in full force. Only thing missing is hot chocolate and a kicking snack bar. 2-1 pitch. This one drilled through the right side. One run is in. Another will score. And Bronson Neve comes up yet again. Go ahead RBI single in the 7th and a 2-run single here in the 9th. And the Coyotes want Bronson Neve to leave and leave now and never come back to this area unless he's playing for the Diamondbacks and doing the same thing. Tremendous effort by the young man, and Now with 3 RBIs, and just what a tremendous day. 3 hits in the first game and just money.
Yeah.
When the game's on the line here in the nightcap. Now a 5-1 Matadors lead, and Gulu. And Neve has got great speed. Make no mistake. Neve can easily steal this on his own. This one popped back and right into the stands. And Chandler Gilbert Nation's got to be better on the pop-up. Someone catch that there. Come on, everyone. And the reason why they couldn't, because they got all their hands in their pockets. Everyone's cold, because that's what happens to Arizonans here when Mother Nature calls. That misses way outside. And you can tell, kind of like we saw this with Horger bunting and pulling back and really knowing the zone. Now we're seeing the same thing with Angulo. So this is a team that really knows the strike zone and really knows how to attack and is patient. 1-1. This is bunted and worked up the first base line foul. 5-1. And we've got Dalmatians in the press box. 1-2 count on Angulo. Coyotes now trail 5-1. Pitch gets away, and Bronson Neve takes second base without a problem. So now it's Angulo stepping out of the box on a 2-2 count. Leighton Daly kind of laboring through this inning. 2-2 pitch. Neve, good base runner at second, and that snaps outside. Now 3-2. Ilian almost on deck, and Matt, you know, we're at that point right now. The Matadors are base knock away, have really blown this one open.
Yeah.
And Daly's got it dialed in. 3-2 pitch. And Angulo, pesky, fouls it off. Baseball started here today at 12 o'clock as we are getting into the twilight hours. Nothing like baseball on an early February day. This one bounced to the right side. Tough hop for Kenny and throws it over. Was not an easy attempt, but Angulo does his job. Gets the runner to third. And for Arizona Western, another chance to plate another run with the runner at third base. And checking in, who's a dangerous hitter, is Gerardo Castro. Castro with a couple doubles in the first game. So here's a young man that can stick it. And he's not afraid. And the last thing Daly wants to do is have him extend his arms. Everything Castro hit in the first game was hard contact the other way. He wants to extend his arms. Daly's got to bust him inside. And that fastball's on the outside part of the plate. 1-1 pitch. Runner at third base. Bronson Neve. 1-1. Skied out of play. Coyotes next Friday taking on ACU JV team. Come on out. Love to have you here. And then early part of February as a big strikeout. As Castro goes down. Dorian Bunal checking in. Matadors with some late inning magic. 2 in the 7th to take the lead. 1 in the 8th and 2 more here in the 9th. And Bunal's been very productive. Had a sac bunt in the 3rd. Walked and scored in the 7th. On an RBI single by Diaz. So it's amazing, just you can produce at any part of the lineup. Just a matter of being poised enough to stay within your limits of what you're capable of doing. And Bunal right there once again showing tremendous poise at the plate, knowing the strike zone well in the lower half of the order. You want to see batters in that part of the lineup that just know how to handle the plate, and that time he's locked up by Leighton Daly. So Leighton Daly gets out of it, but the damage is done. 2 more on the board. Last chance opportunity for the Coyotes. Bottom of the 9th. They're trailing the Matadors 5-1.
This is that full out souped up automatic, just can't quit, let the bass hit right on time. Running hard to the end, put you in a panic automatic. I know life is just a test, and I'm trying my best to give it up the lesson. I know I do it all for you, and I see you staring back with the love that's true. Sometimes I don't know how to feel, I try to soak it in, it's so surreal.
We go to the bottom of the 9th. Gregory Mateo, hard-throwing right-hander. We saw him in the first game. And now it's up to Garrett Greenan to get the Coyotes going in the right direction. Trailing by 4. Had this one in hand, and then all of a sudden the Matadors started just launching missiles courtesy of the heart of their lineup, and Andres Ontiveros game-tying RBI single, then the ever so dangerous Bronson Neve with the go-ahead RBI single, and they tack on 3 more. 1-1 count. Garrett Mateo, hard-throwing right-hander. Part of this bullpen that, you know, they give you different arm slots, but they can just flat out bring it. And, and the thing about it is they're very good around the plate. They don't lose their command, and they throw strikes. And as we talked about that first game with how good they were of preventing the Coyotes, there's only been 2 walks by the Matadors in this game. And, and we're talking about a slew of pitchers in this one. And through it all, they've only allowed 6 hits and 2 walks. Tremendous effort, and this one is pop foul down the right field line. This is a team in Arizona Western, won 37 games last year, lost to Pima in the regional finals. Coach Sheen told me they just got outplayed by a Pima team that just had a little bit more arm savviness, but I can tell you, and getting an early look at this Matadors team, they've restocked.
Yeah.
Baseball, it's all about the arms war. It's kind of like the Reagan versus Gorbachev 80s arms race. And you've got to stock up on arms. And Arizona Western's done just that. Shot to the left side. And
good look.
Nathan Houston with the Olay. And a good start for the Coyotes with Garrett Greenan. And I think they're going to give Garrett a base knock, and they do. So he's 2 for 3 in this one. Brian Kenny now at the dish. Kenny, a lot of pop in that first game. Got the start and struck out and popped a second. 300 hitter last year. And they try to bust him inside. Coyotes with the slew of 300 hitters coming back. Kraus, of course, Kenny, Medina. And that's a pitch you got to wonder if Brian Kenny, if he could rewind this at bat, would he love to have that pitch back? But in fairness, he's got to look at a strike.
Right.
Team needs base runners. 2-1 count. And this one laced down the left field line off the fencing. Coyotes cannot afford to take any chances on the base path. They got to play station to station and let the next batter at the plate take care of business. 2-2 pitch. And Mateo took just a little off, and Kenny swings right through. First out here in the 9th. And Paulo Hutchison thinks Dolly Parton and 9 to 5 is a great walk-up song. And there are polls across the nation debating that as we speak. And look, I'm a fan. I saw the movie back in the day. Lily Tomlin, Jane Fonda, Dolly Parton. Good flick.
Yeah.
Walk-up song. And Russ Luce, the iconic AD of Chandler Gilbert, also agreeing. This one laced into left center. Quality knock. And going to third base and hustling into second and getting in. Taking a big chance, Jackson Reed, and gets in. Reached out and by the tip of the leather on his Easton batting gloves, slides in. And the big thing right there, such a big play, is it keeps him out of the double play. So tremendous effort by Jackson Reed. So there's life here. Runners at second and third. Now it's Bo DeWitt at the plate. And Bo skies this one straight back. And that one is right into Paulo Hutchison's car. Owen 1. Mateo looking to close this one out. This one bounces short. Houston will sacrifice the run and throw over. Smart play. Give up one to get one. Coyotes down to their final out as Greenan scores. Now it goes back to the top of the order. Aiden Kraus. Aiden so good in the first game. Talked about him spraying the ball over the yard. 2 for 3 with a sac fly, and in this one, he's got a couple hits and popped a short, as well as a walk. And they tried to bust him inside. Gregory's Mateo. Another tremendous find by Arizona Western. And that is ripped to center by Aiden Krause. And Krause refusing to let this game end. The pride of Corona del Sol, the pride of Chandler Gilbert, living large in the land of teal. Base knock drives in another. And now it gets interesting. Little gap shot by Jeremy Kuiper, and Krause has got tremendous speed. And Gregory Mateos trying to bust Kuiper inside. Krause, excellent speed. Highly doubt the Coyotes going to take a lot of chances there. Then again, we saw Jackson Reed extend that double. Just got in. Tremendous base running. If there's any hesitation when he turns first base, he's out. He just got in, and that was paramount. Ooh. Of course, in a situation, Kuiper has got to look at a first strike. Coyotes need base runners. Modest lead for Krause. That one bounced foul as Gregory's Mateo continues to bust Kuiper inside. And we really haven't seen anything soft from Mateo, so you got to figure he's going to go back to the well and go back to that inside pitch. 2-2 pitch, and they're busting, they're looking, it's set up inside. And this one, sky to right. Huso's got to go a long way, trying to track it down and can't get up with it. Tremendous effort by the young man who's made some great catches, and Krause was turning third. And now the Arizona Western bench rooting on their right-hander. 2-2 pitch, tremendous pitch. Here it is, bounce foul. If it gets to 3-2, Krause will be going. Shot in the gap, he'll score. Big 2-2. Ooh, tries to stay inside. DJ Barrett on deck. DJ Barrett's got some pop in that stick. Showed flashes last year. Krause will be going. Mateo steps off for a split second. Tremendous comeback by the Coyotes, showing a lot of resiliency. 3-2 pitch. Krause is off. And that'll do it. Gregory's Mateo gets it done, goes back inside, and sits down Kuiper, and Arizona Western comes to town. They don't settle for three. They take all four with the Twin Bill sweep on Saturday, winning 10-1 and 5-3. And when we talk about Arizona Western, first it started with a good performance by Lucas Pakal.
Yeah.
Hard-throwing right-hander from the Czech Republic, who shown once again for Arizona Western, they continue to find talent all across the globe.
Yeah, I mean, it's a talented team, and I think we talked about it a little bit, but the rotation of their pitchers throughout the game and the level at which they performed, you start to see the amount of talent this team really has. And look, you mentioned that loss to Pima. I think they really don't want to have a repeat of what last year brought, so they've, you know, really leveled up and added more players to the roster, and this is a good-looking team, no doubt. Gotta love and respect what the Coyotes did, playing hard all four games, and then really giving them a run for their money in this last game as well, all the way to the end, but tremendous effort from both teams.
Coyotes had some excellent pitching performances. Can't say enough about Jack Carey. 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks,
Wow.
no hits.
Impressive.
And it really came down to that critical inning as we look back at the box score when Booth came in and surrendered an RBI game-tying single to Andres Ontiveros, and then Bronson Neve followed with a go-ahead base knock, and Bronson Neve, 2 big hits in this one, 3 in the first game. No question, if you're looking at an offensive MVP for the Matadors, he was it in this one.
For sure.
For the Coyotes, so Jack Carey was big. You got to applaud the efforts by the Coyotes, the resiliency, and Aiden Krause. Look, it's early in the season, but Aiden Krause is showing that he put the time, effort into the physicality, his mindset, getting his body right, grinding, talked to his parents, and he's got some big expectations about his sophomore season, and 2 hits in the first game and comes up big yet in the third game with 3 hits and a walk. So a bright spot at the top of the order. And of course, the Coyotes showed some resiliency that they're going to have to build on. So they'll get some time to go back to work. And Friday, they're back at it, taking on the ACU JV squad right here at Chandler Gilbert.
Very cool.
And it's an opportunity for you to come and catch the team. And of course, the squad always has their games open to the public. So when you kind of look at their schedule, that game is a 3 o'clock start time. And then on February 1st, they take on Gateway right here. And that's a big one because the Coyotes lost to Gateway right here in the region finals. They won the first game, lost the last 2, and lost the last one right here on home turf. And then on Tuesday, February 4th, Eastern Arizona comes to town for a doubleheader with a 12 o'clock start time on the 4th and a 2:30 matchup in the afternoon. So Coyotes now 0-4 in the young season, still looking for that first win, and of course they're going to get it under new head coach Jimmy Turk, who has shown a lot of promise here with this team early on, still trying to figure his team out, who can do what, who can produce, who can deliver on the mound in certain situations. And of course, he's got plenty of time to figure that out. We appreciate you dialing us up on the Chandler Gilbert Sports Network. For Paulo Hutchison dialing us up, dog in hand, tremendous asset to Chandler Gilbert and a tremendous asset to all the high schools throughout the valley who makes all these great athletes look so good. Paulo is the king of the live stream. Matt McCurdy joining me, always first-class effort, and Russ Lewis, the tremendous AD, and all the good people here at Chandler Gilbert. We appreciate you dialing us up. Once again, tough day for the Coyotes. They drop a pair to Arizona Western, 10-1 and 5-3. I'm Joe Pequeno. Everyone take care and have a terrific weekend.